Good evening, everyone. Wekiva High School welcomes you to a moistened Mustang field for varsity football competition week 3 of season 18. Please welcome our guests from Horizon High School. They are the Hawks. And they'll be taking on your Wekiva High School Mustangs. For those of you here in the stadium, we want to let you know where we stand on things. We are a little bit delayed with our kickoff as we waited for some weather to pass. However, football will play in the rain. Moderate rain is okay. As long as there is no lightning in the area, we will play on. These guys were all going to take a shower tonight anyway. We know that makes it a little bit less comfortable in the stands, so we appreciate your patience and sticking with us to support your Mustang and Hawks athletes. If you have friends and family who were maybe not brave enough to come out in person tonight, send them a text message, send them a Facebook message right now. Let them know we are live streaming on YouTube as well as the NFHS network, so they can tune in and watch from the comfort and dryness of their own home. Again, that is Wekiva Sports on YouTube, youtube.com/Wekiva Sports, or search Wekiva Sports on the YouTube app with your favorite computer, smart TV, or mobile device. We also simulcast on NFHSnetwork.com. And we want to extend a special welcome to those of you who have done just that. My name is Mark Barchi, voice of the Mustangs and sports information director here at Wekiva High School. I'll be joined in a moment by Neil Fisher from the Apopka Chief, and we'll be taking you through tonight's contest, assuming that we don't have any more serious weather come up tonight. Unfortunately, we won't be able to give you a lot of sound from the field because we have all the windows closed on the press box to protect our equipment. We also have no choice but to film through glass. So if the rain gets light enough that we can switch our camera angle to above the press box and or open the window so that we can shoot without worrying about the equipment getting damaged, then we will absolutely do that. But meanwhile, we figure this is better than nothing, so you're getting a somewhat distorted picture through the glass, but we hope that you will bear with us as we try to make the weather work to the best of our ability. Again, we have so far not had any lightning. We don't want to jinx it, but we have not had any lightning tonight. And so as long as the weather stays the way it is, then our fans are going to be a little damp that are here at the stadium, but otherwise we are ready to play some football. Again, we are a little bit delayed in getting started only because of where we ended up, but as our team captains take midfield with the officials for the coin toss for tonight's game, we'll take this opportunity to thank our officiating crew. The referee is Tim Krim, umpire Rock Lowry, head linesman David Johnson, line judge Willie Hughley, back judge David Johnson, and electronic clock operator Ralph King. We thank them as always for their dedication to our high school athletic programs and join them along with our participating schools, reminding everyone to make great sportsmanship a part of this and every athletic competition. The Hawks have won the toss and deferred. That means the Mustangs will have the opening possession of the first half. And since our marching band is unable to take the field due to the rain as it would damage their instruments, that means you are stuck with me. So we invite you at this time, as we prepare for tonight's game, to please stand as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Once again, we welcome everyone to Mustang Field, and we are adapting under the circumstances. We still have a steady, moderate rain coming to us here at Mustang Field. So again, your camera image is going to be slightly distorted because we are shooting through wet glass, but we have to keep our electronics protected. But I think we have a reasonably good picture for you here. Again, if the rain lets up over the course of the night, we will get a second camera angle going from up in the crow's nest. Again, Wekiva will have the first possession of the first half, Horizon winning the toss, and they have elected to defer. Obviously, we're hopeful that the rain lets up enough by halftime that we can bring the marching Mustangs out to perform for us. They've been working very hard on their drill for this year. Of course, they actually have not had a whole lot of time to work on their drill for this year because it's been raining every day after school.
Okay, so we are ready to go. There's the opening kickoff. And we are underway from Mustang Arena, a little bit late, as Mark has pointed out. But nonetheless, we are underway. Wekiva will take over.
The run back there by Sidney Anderson. And that takes the ball to the 39-yard line. That is where the Mustangs will begin their opening possession here in Week 3.
So 1st and 10 at the Wekiva 39. Good field position for the Mustangs. And, of course, as we begin this game, a much different story than last year. Horizon played Wekiva in their 6th game. Wekiva played Horizon on their 7th game on their schedule. Both teams were talking about playoff berths. Both teams, Wekiva was only 3-4 at the time, but they were still alive for the playoff berth because of a very difficult schedule, the second in the region, second most difficult. Horizon, on the other hand, a much easier schedule, but they came in 5-1. Both teams, what matters is both teams were ranked inside the top 8 in the FHSA power rankings. And, of course, 4 wildcard berths are given out. So we begin tonight with 2 receivers down low, 1 high, the handoff.
Handoff is made to number 21.
That's Blackman on the run. He's taken over that featured running spot. And he'll pick up a minimum gain. Of course, Horizon only in their 4th season. They opened in 2021. 2-8 in their first season, 8-2 in their second, 5-5 last year. Now, they did put together, of course, this is also related to the... This is also related to the As we said, being alive for the playoffs as we also get our first penalty of the game, a 10-2 streak between mid-2022 and mid-2023. Nothing fancy. We'll talk about how they run it. They run that old school T-wing.
Flag on the play. Ball start called against the Mustang offense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot and a replay of second down.
So that'll put the ball back at the 33. And Wekiva will go back to work, just underway from Mustang Arena. Thank you for joining us on this Thursday night. Of course, at least for now, the weather is much better. Light rain. And that is Blackman trying that right side. He'll get close back to the original line of scrimmage. Not much more, though.
Michael Blackman on the carry for the Mustangs.
Also, tell me where the ball is.
That's good for a pickup of 6 yards. It takes the ball out to the 38-yard line and brings up 3rd and 12. Make it 3rd and 13 for Wekiva.
So, as you just heard Mark Barchi say, our public address announcer as well as my partner, 3rd and 13. First third down attempt of the game. Wekiva getting off to rough starts, slow starts in both of their first games, and certainly looks like we could be in that same situation right here as they're facing 3rd and long as the rain now picks up again. And that is Woolard, number
Naeem
1.
Woolard on the carry, and he is taken down behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th and long for Wekiva.
So Wekiva 3 and out on the very first possession. That can't make Coach Gabriel happy. Of course, if you're new to Wekiva, Coach Gabriel, this is his first season at Wekiva, the former Dr. Phillips star. Spent a couple years at Mississippi Gulf Coast Junior College in Mississippi, and then went to UCF where he starred there as well. So back to punt is Fritchley. Actually, that's not Fritchley. And not a very good punt either. So about as rough a start.
Ball is down by
negative a
Xavier
start.
McMurrin, and the Hawks will have their opening possession of the first half with pretty good field position, starting at their own 45-yard line.
Yeah, about as good a field position as you can ask for. Certainly better than Wekiva's. Wekiva started at 1st and 10 after 39. So Wekiva, as you saw, likes to run multiple pro sets. 3 and out. Horizon, on the other hand, under the leadership of their quarterback, Harris. And they're going to hand that ball off. Trying that middle of the line. They run the ball about 2-to-1 ratio.
Carry by number 7, Andrew Harris. That's pick up 4 on the play. It brings the ball out to the Hawks' own 49-yard line. Sets up 2nd and 6. And I just heard a peal of thunder.
Yes.
Well, let's hope that was in the distance.
That says Harris bangs ahead, slams ahead.
I have a bad feeling about this.
And yeah, they're walking off the field, Mark. So
at this time, we have experienced a lightning delay. We were hoping we could hold it off for as long as we can, and we made it for a whole 2.5 minutes of game time.
5
So
plays.
at this time, for those of you in the stadium, we do need to ask you to return to your vehicles. That is the safest place to be during a lightning delay, as you have rubber separating you from the ground. If you do not have a vehicle, please see a staff member and they will escort you to the gym where you can wait out the weather delay. And we are hopeful that we will be able to get things back underway here shortly. That's going to be... we need to go 30 minutes without a lightning strike within 6 miles of the school. So you can count on at least a 30-minute delay, and we are hopeful that we will be able to get things underway, but no sooner than 7:45.
I
We
know.
appreciate your patience, and we hope to see you in just a moment. Make sure you keep an eye on our social media feeds, and we will post when we have an update on when we'll be able to reopen the stadium. For those of you watching online, again, apologies for the
Mark.
delay here.
I was just about to explain how the T-wing works and why Horizon, at least going into this year, has been so successful. But I do want to say this, though, again, something to keep in mind if we do play again tonight. As I mentioned, Horizon only having one returning starter in the skill position. That is Andrew Harris, the 6'3" senior quarterback who you just saw run the ball twice.
You want to siphon my feed? Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So, again, both these teams off to 0-2 starts. Wekiva certainly probably in a better position of the 0-2 starts because they have played two ranked teams, West Orange, number 15, and the Orlando Sentinels Super 16. In their first game, their second game against Edgewater. Also want to point out that game against Edgewater, they did not play well in the opener against West Orange. Coach Gabriel just felt they did not show up ready to play mentally between the ears. That was a 32-14 drubbing. But last week they did come out and they had an opportunity to at least provide Edgewater with a challenge from the beginning. That game actually ended 43-6, but Wekiva did have the ball inside the Edgewater 40-yard lines 3 times. If they had been able to score, certainly would have had a much different feel heading into that second quarter, which was, to use the old cliche, curtains for Wekiva. It was only 7-0 at the end of the first quarter, but then 33 straight points for Edgewater. They scored 2 defensive touchdowns as well, a fumble return as well as an interception return. And again, that was curtains. But going back, if Wekiva had been able to score at least a touchdown, you're going into that second quarter 7-7. Certainly a much different feel, certainly a much different direction that the game's taking, and your coaches are using different strategies. So that's been the story for Wekiva. On the other side, Horizon, they've come in and they've lost to Olympia as well as Lake Nona. And those two scores were 14-0 against Olympia, certainly a somewhat close score, and then 28-3 against Lake Nona.
Card. Oh, you don't have a display port?
And the thing you have to always keep in mind against Horizon, especially with their T-wing, and they use that T-wing as the best defense, is a good offense, keep possession of the ball, chew up the clock. As long as the offense has possession of the ball, the opponent can't score. And they are always a team that, if taken lightly, they can pull off the upset. Do you want to talk, Mark? Yeah. So, Mark, any thoughts you want to add about tonight's matchup?
Well, again, both of these teams are looking. Both of these teams have some adversity to overcome. Wekiva, obviously, with their rough start. Horizon, with their dramatically different.
Both teams 0-2. So.
Yes, both teams 0-2. Wekiva with the extremely aggressive start and difficulty level to the season. Horizon with the high turnover on their roster from last year. Wekiva is a team that has been in and out of the playoffs. I mean, obviously, the first several years the school was open, they were not a competitive team. But at least these last, half dozen seasons or so, Wekiva has been in and out of the playoffs, and they are a team that is certainly capable of achieving that, but obviously have some gelling to do under a new head coach in order to get there. And certainly, what you want is some momentum. You don't want to start buried 0-3 because it's hard to recover from that, especially in the modern, power ranking points era.
Yeah, and just want to point out, Mark, Wekiva, as you mentioned, playoffs, they did go 6 straight years between 2015 2020. So, of course, this is, as you mentioned, Doug Gabriels. We actually both mentioned it, but he succeeds Jeremiah Schwartz-Rodriguez, who brought a certain level of, intensity and loyalty to this team. He certainly had 3 teams that were always in the hunt going into the last couple of seasons as far as the playoff berth, but just couldn't quite win that one more game they needed. And they also made the playoffs. I almost forgot this, but they did make the playoffs in 2022, the second of 3 years. So Wekiva has made the playoffs 6. It's now 7 out of the last 9 years, but Of course, those 2 years were the last year and 3 seasons ago. So where I'm going with all this, Mark, is you could basically say that at least in terms of the tangible, Coach Gabriel's task is to return Wekiva to playoff consistency, earning a berth every year, not just making them contenders, going 4-6 and 5-5.
All right. Well, Neil, it looks like we're going to be suspended here for at least another
Late
15 or 20 minutes. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you a replay of last year's Horizon game against Wekiva, season 17, week 8.
So just want to point out, too.
Don't spoil it, Neil. Some of them haven't seen it yet. All right, we're going to put this up for you, and we're going to hope to be back shortly here. Again, 9:26 remaining in the first quarter, 7:20 p.m. local time if you're watching us live, and we are suspended until at least 7:45, and then we hope we'll have an update for you. Back with more in a little bit. Sure. And together, they worked tirelessly over the last 17 years to ensure that both schools' student athletes got the coverage and recognition they so richly deserve. Tonight, we have added a JP monogram to our field to honor a man who was a beacon of the city of Apopka and whose absence will be deeply felt. At this time, we ask that everyone please observe a moment of silence to honor the legacy of John Peary. Thank you. And now, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, performed by the Pride of Wekiva, your Mustang Marching Band. Once again, our thanks to the Wekiva High School AFJROTC and the marching band for tonight's pregame festivities, set beautifully against the backdrop of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch that you see there in the background, and a perfect way to cap off our senior night festivities. Once again, we welcome our guests from Horizon High School. They are the Hawks, taking on your Wekiva High School Mustangs for Week 8 and Senior Night 2023. We cap off our home portion of Season 17 here tonight. Of course, Wekiva still has Jones and Apopka in the books, as well as the Week 10 bye to finish out the season, but those will be on the road. So this is your last chance to catch Wekiva at home this year. As our captains take midfield for the coin toss, we'll take this opportunity to thank our officiating crew from the Central Florida Officials Association here in Florida. We thank them for their dedicated service to our high school athletic programs and join them along with our participating schools, reminding everyone to make great sportsmanship a part of this and every athletic event. Please welcome to the field, your Wekiva High School Mustangs. And we do call your attention to the 50-yard line one more time. We had one form that fell out of the stack and that we were missing, and so we definitely do not want to leave any senior unrecognized. Please help us recognize from the band, Brenda Decima, escorted by Marceline Decima, a 4-year band member and theater team member. After graduating, she plans to study toward being a nurse anesthetist at the University of Central Florida, FAU, Valencia, or FMU. Congratulations again to Brenda Decima. are underway here at Mustang Field for the last time of season 17. Welcome to South Apopka, Florida. My name is Mark Barchi, voice of the Mustangs. Wekiva starts with an onside kick. That's a bold move to open the game. Wekiva seems to think that they have it. And they do. Number 7, Jameer Tyson successfully recovers an onside kick. That means Wekiva will get the opening offensive possession of both halves here on senior night. Well, you can't ask for a much better start than that. And so Wekiva not only gets to start both the first and second half, they'll also get great field position here. Ball spotted at the 43-yard line, 1st and 10 Mustangs. Mark Barchi, voice of the Mustangs, here with you for senior night. The drop back going long for the end zone. He's got it! Number 6, Joshua Bennett into the end zone for a 43-yard touchdown pass on the very first play of the drive. Well, the Mustangs have touched the ball exactly twice, and they've made magic both times. First with the onside kick recovery, and then with the long-distance pass. And Wekiva starting things off in a big way here at Mustang Field as we get into senior night. Again, my name is Mark Barchi, the voice of the Mustangs and sports information director here at Wekiva. I am joined tonight, as I have been all season, by Neil Fisher of the Apopka Chief. And Neil, wow, just wow.
Yeah, can't ask for a better start if you're Wekiva. Of course, we didn't do a pregame show. Because
two-point conversion is complete to Jabari Smith, and Wekiva now up 8-0 with 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
So we didn't do a pregame show because of senior night, and really this is a game Wekiva in a must-win situation. We talked about that all last week. Really, they had to win both games. They have not been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, but they absolutely have to win tonight's game. They would drop to 3-5, and that would force them into a situation where they would not only have to win their last two games against Jones and Apopka, of course, teams that are always expected to make deep runs into the playoffs. So tonight, really, they would also need some help as well. But to have any chance, they got to take care of the business themselves at hand, and that starts tonight with beating Horizon. Certainly, best possible start you could ask for.
Yeah, 8 points in 15 seconds. I don't think I've seen any better starts than that in my 17 years announcing here at Wekiva.
So we're gonna, hey, guys. Tell Mark.
What?
So Horizon will take over. Actually, it's going to be right around midfield. One play, an 8-0 lead for Wekiva. Actually, two plays. One play to get into the touchdown, and then the 2 PAT. So while we get ready,
we got a little officials huddle here at midfield. I'm not sure what the delay is getting things back to action here. But my goodness, okay, here we go. We got an official signal from the referee. We've got offsides, it looks like. Okay. So illegal procedure is called against Horizon and offsides against Wekiva. Those penalties offset. And so the play remains as it ended. 1st and 10 for the Hawks, starting from the Mustangs' 48-yard line.
So, of course, Horizon only 3 years old, and they've built their program the smart way. Of course, they've had a much easier schedule than Wekiva. They come in at 4-2, and that's the reason why, as opposed to Wekiva with the 3-4 record. However, of course, Wekiva is favored because they have been playing the more difficult schedule, and they line up, and you're going to see that all night. That's the single wing. They run it about 90% of the time. There's quarterback Andrew Harris, thrown under 50 yards. And
Kenny on the opening run, and he is stopped by the Mustang defense after a loss of 2 yards. That puts the ball at midfield and brings up 2nd and 12. So, Neil, you mentioned it earlier. The Wekiva strength of schedule is the only reason that they are not statistically eliminated from the playoffs despite being below 500, although they now face an extremely uphill battle to get back into the hunt. They would essentially have to win here tonight, and
then the last 2 games again against Jones and Apopka.
Right, so winning here.
Don't mean to cut you off here, Mark, but for those of you just tuning in, Pierre is the main guy. I mentioned the single wing, 1,161 yards, 159 carries, 7.3 yards. So that's number 32. He's going to be running the ball about 90% of the time. So not only do they run the single wing, but they go to the old school one featured running back, Mark. Yeah,
and so Wekiva, again, coming into this game, again, with the, help me out here, Neil, is a 3-4 record?
Yes, 3-4
record. So the best Wekiva can do is 6-4 if they win all 3 of their remaining games. And now 3 consecutive TFLs for Wekiva. Again, you just can't ask for a better start than this. The onside kick, the 43-yard touchdown on the first play, the 2-point conversion, 3 consecutive TFLs to force 3 and out. I mean, you couldn't write this any better for Wekiva, as a loss of 5 on the play will bring the ball back to the 45-yard line and bring up 4th and 17 for the Hawks. And so this is exactly what Wekiva needs. Now, again, you don't take anything for granted. Horizon, of course, while they don't have the strength of schedule that Wekiva does, they do have the wins in the book to demonstrate that they are capable of putting points on the scoreboard. So, again, you don't ever want to take anything for granted. That's why they play the game. But, of course, tonight, from a odds-making perspective, Wekiva would be the favored team. Now, for the next 2 weeks, that is not the case. Wekiva will be the underdog against both Jones and Apopka. And obviously wins at those 2 locations would do great things for Wekiva's strength of schedule and rating, and could potentially put them back into the hunt for a low wild card. So Wekiva's not statistically out of it yet, but again, they pretty much have no more windows for error for the entire rest of the season if they want to be at least in the hunt. And even then, it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, they're going to need some help. As we begin the second possession, Wekiva with the 8-0 lead at the Wekiva 23-yard line. Neil Fisher along with Mark Barchi, thank you for joining us on this Friday night. The handoff, or actually, the pass.
And pass is complete to Anthony Gay. That will move the ball 9 yards. Up to the 34-yard line and bring up 32-yard line and bring up 2nd and 1.
Out of that one-back set, actually they empty the field this time. Wekiva running that spread offense, trips on the near sideline. Davis to his right, fires, and another completion, throwing that ball low so only his receiver could come up to it. And Wekiva has it first down.
Jeremy Benjamin catches the pass for the Mustangs. That puts the ball at the 45-yard line for a pickup of 13 yards, and that's more than enough for a Mustang. First down.
Yeah, and Mark, let's also mention the fact that Horizon believe it or not, they could still win the division, or excuse me, the district, as that is Gay rumbling down that left sideline. He'll be close to the first down. Yes, the refs do declare it is a first down.
Anthony Gay on the possession for the Mustangs puts the ball into Hawks territory at the 43-yard line. That's a pickup of 12 yards, and it's another Mustang first down. Yeah, Neil, so Horizon had a really unusual schedule this year. Horizon has all three of their district games back-to-back-to-back in weeks 7, 8, and 9. And so we didn't actually have any district performance for them. They were 0-0 until last week. And so that's why everybody kind of assumed Edgewater was going to be the district champion. And they still kind of are the favorite to be the district champion. But Horizon hasn't spoken yet for their district record.
So now Wekiva with the one-back set. That's Phileas to the right of Davis. We'll get you your starting lineup in just a couple of minutes as Davis steps back, steps up, and tipped away. That was Brandon Cruz, the strong safety, getting his mitts.
Pass intended for Jabari Smith, broken up by Brandon Cruz. That'll bring up 3rd and 8 for the Mustangs from the Hawks' 41-yard line.
So the first third down situation being faced by Wekiva, as Mark said. I'm Neil Fisher. Mark is Mark Barchi, who's also the public address announcer.
Flag on the play. Holding called against the Mustang offense. That penalty is declined. The result of the play stands 3rd and 8 from the 41.
So Davis comes in, getting a little bit better. Not the senior season that any senior would hope for. We'll get back to that in just a minute. As it's 3rd and 8, Phileas lining up on the right, trips low. Bullet over the middle, weaving and diving, and it's going to be a first down. Still some more yardage. That was Benjamin making the catch, picked up about 12 yards on the yak, the yards after the catch.
Jeremy Benjamin has the completion for the Mustangs and is finally taken down by Joshua Walker, coming in to help the Hawks secondary, but not before the Mustangs pick up the first down deep into Horizon red zone territory. Ball at the 11-yard line, 1st and 10.
So that's a 30-yard gain. And as Mark just said, 1st and 10, Wekiva looking to take a 2-touchdown lead. The pitch out to Phileas. He slams around that left and won't get into the end zone, but it will be 1st and goal. Nice blocking on that left side.
Tyree Phileas picks up a couple of good blocks around the left corner and has the Mustang first down. He is short of the goal line, but enough to move the chain one more time. 1st and goal from the 2 after a gain, from the 1, after a gain of 10.
So back to work. Phileas lining up directly behind Davis this time. Nothing fancy. Takes the handoff. Plunges ahead. And Wekiva with the 14-0 lead. PAT pending. 7-13 first quarter.
Tyree Phileas up the middle and into the end zone for a Mustang touchdown.
So they'll go for the 2 PAT, the swing pass out to Benjamin, and a 16-0 lead. 2 possessions, 4 minutes, 47 seconds.
The pass is complete to Jeremy Benjamin for the 2-point conversion, and the Mustangs extend their lead to 16-0 with 7 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
So 8 plays, 2 minutes, 12 seconds, and again, Wekiva got off to the best possible start a team could ask for, scoring on its first possession after recovering an onside kickoff, and now they move down the field along with the 8 plays, 77 yards, and they have a 16-0 lead in this must-win situation from Baptiste Orthodontic Stadium.
And Neil, every time there's a scoring play, the first thing that I do is I turn to my right and I open up X, formerly known as Twitter, and I will tweet the scoring play onto our media partners. And at the end of every tweet, I tag at OS Varsity, hashtag Varsity Scores, at Florida High School Football, at Apopka John. And every time I've had to make that tweet so far tonight, I have had to stop myself. Because if you were not here to join us for the pregame, where we had our moment of silence in honor of John Peary, we unexpectedly lost John earlier this week. He passed away in his sleep Wednesday night. Wednesday night going into Thursday, yeah. And it was just a tremendous shock to the community. I know they're honoring him across town at Apopka tonight as well, who's hosting their homecoming game. I believe they're hosting Lake Brantley tonight, and so he's being honored there as well. And we, of course, honored him here before our game. You see the JP monogram has been painted onto the 25-yard line. As we get an offsides call against Wekiva, we'll back the ball up 5 yards for the kickoff, now from the 35-yard line. And Neil, I know we'll have a chance to talk about this a little bit more at halftime, but I know you worked with John these last 17 years. Obviously, I have had many great quality conversations with him, as he is frequently at our games, or certainly when we play Apopka. We see a lot of him, and just a real pillar of the Apopka community, and all of us just stunned this week to lose him. So we were, of course, grateful to have the opportunity to honor him tonight, and an onside kick there.
Again?
It's Wekiva ball. It's Wekiva ball. Jameer Tyson with another onside kick recovery, his second tonight, and Wekiva will keep possession of the ball at their own 45-yard line. So Wekiva is holding nothing back tonight.
Yeah, again, if you joined us just in the last couple of minutes, this is a must-win for Wekiva. If they want to get into the playoffs, they're going to have to win all 3 games and then hope and have to get some help. But certainly they're taking care of business first and foremost, which is winning the game. So back to work. Davis looking. Lots of time now. Rolls right, got his receiver, and he threw that a little too long.
Pass intended for Anthony Gay, falls incomplete.
So the ball is at the Wekiva 45. So certainly this year, if you follow Wekiva, you know this. If not, thank you for joining us. And one of the features this year is Wekiva certainly has become a passing team. Even last year with Davis under center, they were still about 50-50. They're certainly throwing the ball a lot more this year, as, again, Davis back to work. Out of the one-back set, they'll take a sweep with Bennett. Breaks off the tackle, reverses direction, and got some Marcus Allen in the Super Bowl action. This gets down to the 40, the 30, all the way inside the 25-yard line. And yes, I realize we're talking high school football compared to the Super Bowl, but nonetheless, at least here at Baptist Orthodontic Stadium on the Wekiva side, no less exciting.
Joshua Bennett on the carry. He is down to right around the 35-yard line. However, there is a penalty marker on the play. Block in the back called against Wekiva. That'll be 10 yards from the spot of the foul. And it'll depend on what the spot of the foul is, whether or not it's still a first down. So that may have contributed to why Joshua Bennett was able to get that kind of yardage, although in fairness, he definitely had the afterburners turned on regardless.
Yeah, avoided a couple of tackles, would-be tackles at the initial when he went to the right side, and Wekiva is going to actually lose yards. It's going to be about a 6-yard difference. So Bennett does not get credit for any forward progress. And Wekiva now looking at 2nd and 16 and take that very nice run off the board. certainly would have continued to give Wekiva momentum, building on that initial momentum they've had since the opening kickoff, recovering an onside kickoff. In motion is Bennett. He takes the handoff again and powers ahead. He'll get 5 on that carry. Actually, excuse me, that was Gay.
Anthony Gay on the carry for the Mustangs, taking the ball out to the 43-yard line. Pick up of 4 yards, 3rd and 11 coming up for Wekiva.
Wekiva lines up, no huddle. High snap, recovered by Davis, does a nice job of bringing it down, finds his man Phileas down that left sideline, a stutter move, picks up about another 10 as Wekiva moves inside the Horizon 40, and you feel like, just like the animal, the Mustangs, they are galloping down that field.
Tyree Phileas has a first down and more for the Mustangs. Ball spotted in Hawks territory. And we have reached the midpoint of the first quarter, and so we will pause for an official timeout. The ball is spotted at the 30-yard line. That's a 27-yard pickup for Phileas, and we'll be back in just a moment. Your camera is the only camera that I have. Both of the cameras on the ground I don't have a connection to, and I am tethered to the press box, so I cannot go out there and look at it. Okay.
So welcome back to Baptiste Orthodontic Stadium. The Wekiva Mustangs playing at home in their familiar maroon background jerseys with the gold numbers, taking on Horizon on offense. They've busted out to a 16-0 lead, scoring on their first 2 possessions, recovered the onside, did an onside kickoff on the opening kickoff, and they have rolled since then. Now 1st and 10 at the Horizon 30-yard line as Tyree Davis, the senior quarterback, back to work out of the one-back set, finds Ellis. He weaves, and he'll have another first down. Nice maneuvering in that right flat.
Michael Ellis on the carry. That's good for a Mustang first down. The ball spotted at the 18-yard line for a pickup of 12 on the completion. And Neil, again, you can't say a lot negative about the performance of the Mustangs tonight. They got maybe 1 or 2 penalties against them, but otherwise it's been a clean game. That was overthrown. The pass intended for Anthony Gay falls incomplete. That brings up 2nd and 10 for Wekiva from the Hawks' 18-yard line.
So Wekiva's starting lineup in the middle, Malachi Enriquez on the sides, Isaiah McNeish, James Mixon, Shine Love, and Xavier Stevens. Those are your guys up front. Of course, Tyree Davis, the senior quarterback. Tyree Phileas making a 2nd consecutive start. Gay, Benjamin, Bennett, and Ellis wideouts, and they continue to go to the air. Another completion won't be a first down, but it'll set up Wekiva 3rd and short.
Pass is complete to Joshua Bennett. That's good for a pickup of 7 yards. It takes the ball down to the 11-yard line. And it brings up 3rd and 3 for the Mustangs.
Wekiva with the 16-0 lead, looking to extend that lead. Certainly, Tyree Davis looking good in the early going. He struggled this year, had an injury in the second game against Ocoee on the first possession to his leg. As they'll go with a 2-back set, hand that ball off inside. And all the way in. Is it a touchdown? No. But it is a first
Yes,
down.
it is.
No, it is a touchdown. So one of those plays that after the initial contact, the running back just continued to carry and plunge ahead the pile. And Wekiva, nonetheless, will have the running back who scored in just a minute, a 22-0 lead, 3:56 remaining in the first quarter. And Wekiva on the third consecutive touchdown, going for a third consecutive 2 PAT. And Davis rolls left. He'll take it himself. Eludes the first tackle and slides into the end zone. 24-0. Wekiva.
Tyree Davis on the 2-point conversion. And the Mustangs now lead 24-0 with 3 minutes, 56 seconds remaining in the first quarter. And that was Tyree Filius that had the previous carry.
And an 8-play drive as well, covering 55 yards. Wekiva looking to even the record 4-4, and as we have said throughout this game, it is a must-win if Wekiva is going to make the playoffs. So thank you for joining us on this Friday night. Hope you are enjoying your broadcast as much as we are enjoying bringing it to you. Also want to mention things just progressed so quickly, or at least it felt that way.
And
as another onside kickoff.
It's Wekiva recovery because the ball went 10 yards, was muffed by Horizon, and then back into the arms of Wekiva. So that was why Wekiva was able to take that touch, even though the touch by Wekiva was actually less than 10 yards from where it was kicked off. It was touched by Wekiva first, or touched by Horizon first.
Yeah, once.
And so now 3 onside kicks by Wekiva, 3 successful recoveries, and a 24-0 lead. And we're not even through the first quarter, Neil.
Yeah, and Horizon has touched the ball once compared to 4 for now for Wekiva. It'll be 1st and 10 from their, call it midfield. They're just inside that 50 yards. And certainly the Wekiva sideline is in mid-game form already as we approach the end of the first quarter. Receivers on 2 receivers each side, 1 back set. Davis with the snap count, drops back, lots of time over the middle, tipped by the DB and dropped by Gay.
Pass intended for Anthony Gay falls incomplete. Stopped by Blake Motley of the Hawks secondary. That brings up 2nd and 10 for the Mustangs.
Of course, Wekiva losing 2 in a row. They've won 2 or lost 2 in a row, except for the first game. 2nd and 10. And another first down. Bennett sliding, motoring around. And it'll also be another first down.
Joshua Bennett on the carry for the Mustangs. He has first down yardage, but there is a late flag in the secondary.
Of course, Wekiva coming off a disappointing and painful loss last week to First Baptist Academy. Yes, First Baptist Academy, defending state champion Class 1S. Nonetheless, talked to, as I do every Monday, talk to Coach Schwartz, and he flat out said that he felt that Wekiva was the better team, being in the higher class, and they should have won.
I don't know if it's recoverable or if it's a lost cause. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct called against the Mustangs. That'll be a 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. The first down should stand. and reset the chains, but it will now be from the Mustangs' 47-yard line.
So that means the ball was moved from the 38, which means it was a 12-yard gain. Wekiva continues. We've talked about it all season, Mark, and it really hasn't hurt them, but penalties, penalties, penalties. And Wekiva, we'll get to that in just a minute. The penalties as Davis now steps up, finds Gay, turns it upfield, and he's taken down quickly, but a nice gain on first down actually.
Pass is complete to Anthony Gay.
And it'll also take him into Horizon
that puts
territory.
the ball at the 45-yard line, and that's good for a pickup of 8 yards into Hawks territory. 2nd and 2 coming up for Wekiva. So, yeah, I mean, did we ever find that power adapter for the extra? Okay, so, well, that's, it had a good run. It made it for all of 10 minutes before we lost the part.
Davis plunging ahead. He'll have the first down. Nothing fancy there on the draw.
Tyree Davis on the QB draw takes it to the 40-yard line, and that's just enough for a Mustang first down.
So Wekiva averaging just under 14 penalties a game right now. They have the first down, but they did make the penalty a couple plays before. 13.8 to be exact, and average went up a little bit last week with 125 yards. About 117, 118 now. Snap back to Davis. And he finds his man. I believe that's Filius out of the backfield. And Filius catching the ball out of the backfield.
Tyree Filius on the reception. Stop made by Talon Indesorn. It's good for a pickup of 9 yards. It takes the ball to the 31-yard line and brings up 2nd and 1.
So once again, Horizon still with a chance to win the district because they have not played a game yet, but certainly they're going to have to change things quickly. Wekiva in control of this game since the kickoff. And that ball batted down. That was Brandon Cruz, the strong safety, coming up and knocking the ball down. Horizon 4-2 record, of course. They play one of the easier schedules, perhaps in the entire state, certainly in Central Florida. And only in their 3rd year, I don't have a problem with that strategy. Build some confidence in the program. The first year they played an average schedule in terms of strength of schedule, and they were 2-8. Won 7 games each of the last year as the bomb, and that's Bennett just out of his reach.
Pass is just over Jeremy Bennett. There is a flag on the play coming from the secondary. Holding is called against the Mustang offense. It's 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul and a replay of 3rd down. So again, Neil, if we have anything to criticize about Wekiva's play so far, it would be penalties, which is not the first time we've criticized that. In this case, and I don't blame them for this, Horizon could have declined the penalty. It would have been 4th and 1. By accepting the penalty, it's 3rd and 11. I think I would rather push Wekiva back the 10 yards than run the chance of Wekiva converting 4th and 1.
1:21 first quarter, 24-0 for Wekiva. Chance to get that first down as Filius grabs the ball out of the backfield. He lunges. He'll be close to the first down.
The screen to Filius is good for a pickup back to the 31-yard line, which is about where it was before the penalty. So that's a gain of 10 on the play. It brings up 4th and inches for the Mustangs. Unsurprisingly, Neil, looks like they're going for it here, but flag on the play.
We don't get the penalty off.
Dead ball, offsides called against the Hawks defense. That's a 5-yard donation to the Mustang cause, and it's enough for a Wekiva first down. So, Neil, that was exactly what Wekiva was hoping would happen.
Yeah, so Wekiva on the other side of a penalty, we've seen so many times this year that they're the ones that give up the first down. And Davis and Phileas back to work along with the offensive line as they continue to move that ball methodically and systematically down the field.
Pass complete to Phileas. And that's good for a pickup of 6 on the play. It takes the ball down to the 20-yard line and brings up 2nd and 4.
Phileas with 3 receptions on this possession. Coming into this game, of course, we've talked all season about Davis, the senior quarterback. A 47% completion that did go up slightly from last week. 1,142 yards passing. Both those will improve through this first quarter as Wekiva with the 24-0 lead. Davis rolling left. We've seen this a number of times, and now he takes the ball, slides around that corner, and he'll pick up.
Tyree Davis
picks up 5 yards.
Doesn't see anything he likes. He keeps it for himself. And that'll pick up the 15-yard line.
And a first down.
That's enough to move the chains. First down Mustangs from the Hawks 15. So, Neil, what I like about what I've seen from Wekiva tonight, besides the obvious, that they've put a lot of points on the board in not a lot of time, is that you see the variety of play selection. They go for the bombs way downfield. They've been able to do the screen passes, the outside routes, the QB keepers. This is something we haven't seen yet, as that's going to be Michael Blackman up the middle for the Mustangs, and that takes the ball almost to first down yardage. The spot will be at the 6-yard line for a gain of 9. 2nd and 1 coming up for Wekiva. But you see, Neil, that, Wekiva has just tried all manner of different plays, and that, it becomes very challenging for the Hawks to defend against that when you have such variety in your arsenal. And now we're going to get a penalty marker. Give me my white hat. And presumably this, obviously it's a dead ball foul, but the flag is waved off. No penalty on the play. And so that takes us to the end of the first quarter. 24-0 your score at the end of 12 minutes here on senior night as we head into week 8 of season 17 of Mustang football.
Welcome back to Baptiste Orthodontic Stadium, home of the Wekiva Mustangs, who currently enjoy a 24-0 lead as we begin the second quarter. And they are looking to up that lead. 2nd and 1 at the Horizon 6. Davis steps back off his left foot. Completion. And Horizon does keep him out of the end zone, but 1st and goal. Wekiva again looking to make this a 4-touchdown lead early in the second quarter.
Pass is complete to Jabari Smith. Stop made by Semi-Island Kissimmee. It's short of the goal line, but enough for the first down.
At the 1-yard line, see if they try to go old-fashioned, just punch the ball straight up the middle. That's Phileas. lining up behind Davis. It's a fake, the old Wildcat, and yes, a touchdown. Nothing fancy after the Wildcat.
Philly is straight up the middle for a Mustang touchdown. You actually saw Tyree Davis walking towards the sideline with his hands up like, wait a minute, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that was part of the deception or whether
that was part of the deception, Mark. I've seen him run that play, practice that play a number of times. But, again, I don't think it really would have mattered, as now they're going to go for a 2-point conversion. They've done it 3 for 3 so far. The pass, the completion, right at the 1, and Ellis takes a step into the end zone.
Michael Ellis has the 2-point conversion. The Mustangs go up 32-0 with 11 minutes 33 seconds remaining in the first half. And, Neil, this is a little early to be talking about this, but I would point out that the running clock does not kick into play until the second half, no matter what. So the score has nothing to do with getting into a running clock until we get to halftime. But once we get into the third quarter, if the differential is 35 or more, then we would potentially play the entire second half in a running clock. Wekiva now 1 score away from getting to that threshold.
Yeah, Wekiva 5 possessions, Horizon just 1. 3 onside kickoffs by Wekiva. Of course, the third one, which started this possession, or the possession that just ended, it wasn't really an onside kickoff, the most traditional. It was a short kick, which took a couple of rolls, and Horizon touched it, so it became an onside kickoff. See if they go for a 4th onside kickoff, but that last drive was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. 11 plays on that last drive, consuming 50 yards. Again, if you just joined us, we're going to get another onside kickoff.
I think Wekiva's just going to keep trying this until it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, a 32-0 lead certainly inspires the team to take more risk.
And for the first time, it actually does not work. Number 24, Holden Kubitz recovers the onside kick for Horizon, so they will take over on offense from their own 48-yard line.
So again, and it seems like it was a lifetime ago, Horizon's
on offense for the second time tonight.
Yeah,
now, keep in mind, Horizon has not had a positive yardage offensive play yet.
No, 3 consecutive TFLs, tackles for loss, 6 yards in total. Again, Wekiva getting the opening kickoff, and they power ahead, and that's what I was going to say. They run that wing T. Pretty much they model it after the Apopka Blue Darters, of course, our crosstown rivals. And they will enter Wekiva territory for the first time. Ja-Marie Piri is their featured running back. That's old school when you saw back in the 70s. Well, actually up until about 1980 has another short gain. Pretty much every NFL and college team had one featured running back. He'd run the ball at least 30 times a game. Ja-Marie coming in with a 7.3 yards per carry average, 1161 in total. He's taken about 70% of the snaps. Your quarterback is Harris. He's thrown only 40 attempts, 40 passes, completing 16. That's a 40% completion rate. And he drops back another pass. So again, that's now 41 passes on the season through
passes
6
complete
games.
To Gavin Thomas. That's well short of the first down marker. That'll actually put the ball for no gain at the 49-yard line. So I'm actually not sure, Neil. I don't know whether he caught that ball and then went straight down or if they actually ruled it incomplete. I saw that it was bobbled, but I did not have a good angle on it. In any case, the outcome is the same. It brings up 4th and 8, and now we get a very, very, very late flag in the middle of nothing happening. So that's not something you ever like to see.
So far, Horizon able to run only 6 plays from scrimmage. So
flag on the play.
Once again, thank you for joining us on this Friday night.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct called against the Hawks. That's a 15-yard penalty from the end of the play and a replay of 4th down.
So that'll push the ball all the way back to the Horizon 36.
Just when you thought Horizon was finally going to get positive offensive yardage, there it went.
So if you joined us late, thank you. We appreciate you joining us no matter when. We hope all of our viewers out there, all of you out there, are enjoying the broadcast as much as we have bringing it to you. As we get the high snap, that's Harris, the quarterback, and he just falls on the ball. So Wekiva will certainly have a chance to get that lead over 35, as it'll be first and goal from the 4-yard line. And, boy, it's been a disastrous 14 minutes for Wekiva, or for Horizon, and that continues. This might be the most disastrous, as now Wekiva will go to work, first and goal, in the shadow of the Horizon end zone in field goal post.
A high snap will turn the ball over on downs to the Mustangs inside the Hawks red zone. The ball is spotted at the 6-yard line. First and goal, Mustangs.
So Wekiva also looking to go 5 for 5, not just scoring, but in touchdowns. A must-win for Wekiva if they're going to get into the playoffs, as they come in 3 and 4, Horizon 4 and 2. And we got the stack lineup on the right with Gay and Bennett, 2 receivers up high, and they're stacked as well. Wekiva looking to go up by 5 touchdowns plus several 2 PATs. As a matter of fact, they've scored a 2 PAT after each touchdown. Handoff on the sweep, extending that play out, and a flag will come in. That's usually holding.
Pass is complete to Jeremy Benjamin. Flag on the play.
And
holding is called against the Mustang offense. It's 10-yard penalty from the previous spot, and a replay, a first down. So that at least gives Horizon a little bit of space to work with for their goal line stand.
Ball back to the 16, and that is the one, I guess, say, complaint or poor aspect of the game tonight. Wekiva with, I believe, 6 penalties already.
Timeout, Hawks. So the Hawks take their first timeout of the half, and again, Wekiva with that holding penalty will have the ball pushed back to the, looks like, 16-yard line, so that would have occurred right at the line of scrimmage. And, Neil, the penalties continue to plague Wekiva. They are not going to be able to get away with that against Jones or Apopka, but tonight they have so far been able to work around that weak spot, as, correct me if I'm wrong, Neil, but every possession for Wekiva so far has resulted in 8 points.
Yes, 5 for 5, or 4 for 4, and of course they're on the shadow of the field goal post, could very easily go 5 for 5. Wekiva with 6 penalties through the first 14 minutes. So Tyree Davis, the senior quarterback, will line the Mustangs up again. And they'll be looking at first and goal from the 16. As the Wekiva fans, very raucous and boisterous tonight. A lot to cheer about right in front of us on senior night. Davis, a swing pass out to Gay. He does a spin. He's going to pick up some more yardage, a lot of yardage. And he keeps on trucking into the end zone.
Number 6, Joshua Bennett, into the end zone for a Mustang touchdown.
So a holding penalty, no problem, as Wekiva is putting on a clinic on the passing game tonight. And again, we talked about it at the beginning of the contest. Wekiva just mentioned this, that they need to win their last 3 games. They need to certainly win 2 of the last 3, finish with a 5-5 record, but certainly you cannot afford to miss the opportunity to defeat Horizon. Horizon comes in, and barring what would, I hate to say it, only two and a half minutes into the second quarter, but they would really have to change things around and quickly. They did have an opportunity to win the district as they had yet to play a game, and the two-point conversion for a fifth consecutive time, that's good.
Tyree Filius into the end zone for the two-point conversion. The Mustangs improved to 40-0 with 9 minutes, 37 seconds remaining in the first half.
And so the band playing the Wekiva fight song, a much different feel and atmosphere at Baptist Orthodontic Stadium than last year. So Wekiva now, as you just heard Mark Barchi say, Mark Barchi, of course, my partner and public address announcer at Wekiva High School. I'm Neil Fisher, a 40-0 lead. And we are only 14 minutes, 23 seconds into tonight's game. If you are new to high school football, we do have a mercy rule. I should say Florida high school football. There is a mercy rule. It's 35 points or more. The clock continues to run. There is no stoppages other than timeouts in the quarters. In between quarters. But it does not take effect until the second half. Another onside kickoff. Seen that five times tonight, and yes, it is Wekiva's ball.
The Mustangs with another onside kick, and Wekiva recovers. That will start them inside Hawks territory at the 49-yard line. So again, as Neil mentioned, Horizon has only been on offense twice tonight and had negative yardage both times. On their second time on offense, they were at least able to get a few positive yardage plays to the end zone and score it! Jeremy Benjamin on the opening play of the drive. 49 yards for a Mustang touchdown. Flag on the play. Pass is complete to Jabari Smith for the two-point conversion. Mustangs extend their lead to 48-0 with 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in the half. So I believe that was an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after the conclusion of the play. And so that is enforced on the kickoff. So instead of kicking off from the 40, Wekiva will kick off from the 25. Now, it would be particularly brazen for Wekiva to attempt an onside kick from here because a failed onside kick would give Horizon stupendous field position. And for the first time tonight, Wekiva puts the full strength of the boot under it. And it's muffed by the Hawks, who just cannot seem to catch a break tonight. So they will get the ball, but they will not be able to advance it. And that puts the ball at the 27-yard line. If you notice, the broadcast is quieter for the next few minutes. That is because Neil has stepped away to perform his other task for the Apopka Chief tonight, which is to take some photographs. So he is down on the field doing that now. We'll hear from him a little bit later. So this is the third offensive possession of the game for the Hawks. It starts at the 27-yard line. Horizon still has negative overall yardage. Wekiva taking off and running with it, but that's not going to count. Wekiva got their hands on the ball, but the play was whistled dead. Still, though, that will be a loss on the play. It takes the ball back to the 24-yard line for a loss of 3. Second and a long 13 coming up for the Hawks. And the snap is dropped. Again, Wekiva gets their hands on it, but I believe the quarterback fell on it first. Loss of 5 on the bad snap. It pulls the ball back to the 19-yard line, brings up 3rd and 18. So again, Horizon has had the ball 3 times tonight. They did have a couple of positive yardage plays on the previous drive, but it was all negated by penalties. And this will be positive yardage, but still does not get back to the original line of scrimmage. Bo Kenny on the carry. That takes the ball to the 23-yard line for a pickup of 4 yards. That'll bring up 4th and 14 for Horizon. Horizon comes into the game 4-2. And again, they have a 0-0 district record at this point. This is their first district game of the season. They play Wekiva this week, Edgewater next week, Jones the week after that. So back-to-back in weeks 8, 9, and 10. So we get an offsides called against the Mustang defense. That's 5-yard penalty and a replay of 4th down. So that doesn't really change the math in a meaningful way for Horizon. They're still going to have to punt it away here. And that's going to go out of bounds just into Wekiva territory. So Wekiva will get pretty good field position to start their next drive. And now Wekiva has an opportunity to eclipse 50 points in the first half, which would be remarkable. The punt is marked out of bounds in Mustang territory at the 46-yard line. Wekiva will take over from there with 1st and 10. Anthony Gay with big yardage for the Mustangs. He is down to the 9-yard line for a pickup of 45 yards on the play. First and goal, Mustangs. Pass intended for Jeremy Benjamin is broken up by Bo Kenny. That'll bring up second and goal for the Mustangs. Davis has time. It's going to be a toss-up, and it is picked off. The ball is intercepted in the end zone by Blake Motley, and so that's a touchback. The Hawks will take over with 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. So finally, the Mustangs get a little cocky. Davis throwing into coverage there, and Horizon able to tip the ball up into a toss-up situation. 50-50 play, and Blake Motley came down with it. So finally, the Hawks catch a break. This will be their 4th time in offense during the first half. They have negative total yards. I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but they have negative total yardage on offense for the first half. And we're going to pause here, and we've reached the midpoint of the first half, or the second quarter, I should say. And so we'll pause for an official timeout with 5 minutes left in the second quarter. Gavin Thomas on the run. It's a pickup of 2 yards. It'll bring up 2nd and 8 for the Hawks from their own 22. Flag on the play prior to the snap. False start called against the Hawks offense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot and a replay of 2nd down. So the Hawks again take 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Snap away, in trouble. Andrew Harris on the QB keep, and he is sacked by Zareek Roberts. That pulls the ball all the way back inside the 5-yard line to the 3. A loss of 14 on the sack, and it brings up 3rd and 27 for the Hawks. Just a continuing incredible turn of events for Wekiva. Snap into the end zone. Got to get rid of it here. Don't want the safety. Pass is complete to number 88, Caleb Nellens. Stop made by Jordan Jones. That puts the ball at the 7-yard line for a pickup of 4 on the completion, and it brings up 4th and 23. So now Horizon will be punting out of the end zone, which is a dangerous situation, especially when you've had multiple problems with high snaps tonight. You definitely need an accurate snap here.
Pull the camera out wide for this. Wide.
And now they catch a break as Jabari Smith muffs the reception, and Jose Massanet recovers for Horizon after the kickoff return is muffed by Wekiva. So Horizon will stay on offense and will have the ball at the Mustang 46-yard line. So unfortunately for the Hawks, kickoffs that get muffed and you stay on possession don't actually count for offensive yardage. That'll be special teams yardage. So they are still negative on offensive production for the night, but they'll take it any way they can get it. Bo Kenny on the carry, and that puts the ball at the 43-yard line. Brings up second and 7. Picking up a good block there. That's Jamari Pierre on the carry. Off of the direct snap. That puts the ball out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Flag on the play. Dead ball. Personal foul called against the Mustang defense. 15 yards from the end of the play. And a Hawks first down. So as Neil and I talked about earlier, if you're going to criticize anything about the Mustangs' performance tonight, it would be their penalties. Both live ball and dead ball. So what would have been essentially no gain or maybe 1 or 2 yards now becomes a first down from the 28. Ball spotted at the 21-yard line for a pickup of 7. Jamari Pierre on the play, wrapped up by Jaden Smith. No gain on the play. Illegal substitution is called against the Mustangs. First down, Hawks. Trent Allen on the carry. And now we've got a little disruption in play here. The Hawks request a timeout. Their second of the first half. Second and 12 coming up for the Hawks coming out of the timeout. Jose Massanet up the middle. And the Hawks will spend their final timeout of the first half to stop the clock here with 18 seconds remaining. That got the ball back to the 20-yard line, so no gain on that run. It brings up 3rd and 12 for the Hawks when we come back from the timeout.
Okay, welcome back to Mustang Field. 5 plays in, and we had the delay. If you did join us late, first of all, thank you for waiting it out. We appreciate your patience. Second of all, no score. Like I said, we ran 5 plays, 3 and out for Wekiva. Horizon now looking at 3rd down. Third and 6 for Horizon. Of course, both these teams come in 0-2, looking for the first wins of the season. Much different. Actually, excuse me, it's 2nd and 6. And now we got a penalty without even a play being run. So now it'll be 2nd and 1. Both these teams looking for their first win of the season. 0-2. Out of that bunch formation and goes straight back. And that'll be a first down. Nothing fancy there. You're not going to see a lot of slash and dash type style from Horizon. And now a penalty.
Flag on the play. Offsides called against the Mustang defense. That's 5-yard donation to the Horizon cause. And a replay of first down.
So second offside penalty by Wekiva since we came back. Again, Horizon likes to run that T-wing formation. We'll explain it in a minute. Of course, that was made famous by Popka just up the road. And there's another first down as Harris again takes the quarterback design. We'll explain it in a minute. Of course, that was made famous by Popka just up the road. And there's another first down. So now 3 plays run by Horizon, and Harris has carried the ball on all 3. Of course, Harris, the lone remaining skilled player returning. As Horizon continues to matriculate that ball down the field, to use a line from the late great Hank Stram. Horizon throws the ball only about 33% of the time, a 2-to-1 ratio. So this drive started at the Horizon 45. They're now at the Wekiva 29, threatening to put points on the board first, midway through that first quarter after a rain delay, and now the handoff. Slams ahead, trying that right side. He'll get solid yardage.
Flag on the play.
There's another flag. This will be the third flag on this drive, this possession.
Dead ball. Unsportsmanlike conduct called against the Mustangs. That'll be half the distance to the goal. So, Neil, we saw an undesirable amount of this last week. Well, earlier this week, I should say, at the Edgewater game.
Yeah. And again, that was a problem last year for Wekiva. I know it's a new team, new coaching staff, but seems to be carrying over. Now the ball will be at the... So where's that?
Puts the ball at the 8-yard line. First and goal, Hawks.
So first and goal for Horizon. Wekiva on the first possession. Our defense facing the situation of having to stiffen up. This drive again starting at the 45-yard line. Yet to see a pass out of Horizon. Horizon throws the ball about 2/3 of the time, which is actually down from the last year, their last 3 years, the 3 years of existence. It was 90-10 ratio. And another penalty.
Dead ball. Offsides called against the Mustang defense. That'll be half the distance to the goal. Puts the ball at the 4-yard line. Still first and goal.
So that's 30 yards now. As you like to say, Mark, donated to the Horizon cause on penalties. So Harris leads them up to the line, sets them. He's run the ball 4 out of the 5 times. Oliveira, their other go-to guy, getting it the other time. One back set, that's Oliveira, and he falls down right away. I'm not sure exactly. No one touched him. Not sure if he just slipped or...
Difficult snap as the Hawks will lose yardage on that play. That pulls the ball back to, we'll call it the 6-yard line. Maybe the 5, second and goal.
So 1 yard loss, second and goal, as you just heard Mark Barchi, who's also our public address announcer. Wekiva looking to stave off this touchdown. We're still early, midway through the first quarter. One back set, Oliveira lined up to the left again with only one receiver at the top. And they like to use that H-back as well, along with 2 tight ends. That's the T-wing. Oliveira takes it, slams ahead, powers, and pushes the pile. 6-0, Horizon.
No, that wasn't a touchdown.
Okay. So they're down to the 1 yard line.
Caio Oliveira on the run. And now on the second run, he will pick up the Horizon touchdown. That will be a 2-yard touchdown run. Was that Oliveira again?
So 9 plays, chewing up 55 yards. All of them rushes. The first 5 taken by Andrew Harris, the quarterback, and the last 4 to complete the touchdown march, Caio Oliveira. 7-0, 6:21 first
Extra
quarter.
point by Kyle O'Rourke is good. The Hawks lead 7-0 with 6:21 remaining in the first quarter.
You see who kicked that? The number 12.
More than likely, we're going to have a 10-minute half, guys. So I just give you a heads up.
So as bad a start as Wekiva, or any team for that matter, could hope for, a 3 and out, and then the 9-play 55-yard drive put together by Horizon, and it's 7-0. All 9 plays were rushes. Yeah, just make sure we can hear you. So Wekiva will get the ball back for the second time. Let's see if they can do any better than that 3 and out on that first possession. And of course, O'Rourke will be kicking the ball off. It's a light downpour here at Mustang Stadium. Of course, this game was delayed for over an hour as O'Rourke goes with a squib kick, be taken by one of the upmen. He actually fumbles it. Now he is back on his feet, trying to elude the tacklers. Got some good yardage going, and that was actually Demetrius Ellison, the sophomore wide receiver.
I apologize. That was my fault with the camera.
And he did a nice job of recovering the fumble and getting some positive yardage on what could have been disaster. Wekiva will take over at their own 43-yard line. So down, unfortunately, a position that Wekiva has become very familiar with in this young season.
Holding.
And as I said, it would have been the 43, but another penalty, so that'll bring the ball back to the 33. So Wekiva already racking up the penalties, and that, of course, can't make Coach Gabriel happy. None of the coaches.
That takes us to the midpoint of the first quarter.
5 penalties already called on Wekiva. So Wekiva back to work. And the quarterback, that's actually Smith taking it. Nice job, a little juke and jive. And there's some of the slash and dash, perhaps not 100%, but certainly won't see that from the Horizon offense. Smith, nice. Yeah, force the quarterback. So, again, Jackson Keeler was the starter for the first 2 games. Jabari Smith filling in for him after now here in his 3rd game. And that actually was a first down. They got the ball all the way down to the 43, so a 10-yard gain on that previous play. And this is Woolard trying to make something out of nothing. Instead, he's going to lose a yard. So Coach Gabriel and his staff trying to get creative here, trying to throw a few monkey wrenches. First, 2nd and 11 at the 42 as Wekiva goes back to the bunch, back to work. They got 2 H-backs now. Of course, one on down low. As Smith takes the ball, they swing it around to that right side, trying to pound their way up the field. And it'll take a 1-yard gain there. That's Woolard, actually. Number 1, the 5'11" senior. Plays a variety of positions. Pretty much lines up at all the skilled positions, as well as cornerback on defense. So Wekiva facing its 2nd, 3rd down and long situation. 3rd and 10 to be exact. If you joined us late, first possession was a 3 and out, as they're still trying to find the right quarterback. And now this is Jackson Keeler who's back in. He'll be running it out of the shotgun with the 1-back set. Under pressure again, and he's running, and he'll get some forward momentum, but not near enough for the first down, just a 3-yard gain. So Jackson Keeler coming in to this game.
Keeler on the QB keep, and that brings up 3rd and 9 for the Mustangs from their own 43-yard line. We have a penalty marker on the play, and it is waved off.
So Coach Dennis Thomas, the Horizon coach, deciding to take the 3rd and long situation as opposed to the yardage. Ball now at the 45-yard line. Jackson Keeler, 13 rushes for 51 yards coming into this game. Same formation, except the running back lined up to the right in the backfield. 2 receivers up top, 1 low. Keeler again under pressure, now throwing across his body, and should have been intercepted. Either way, though, that'll bring the possession to an end. And give credit, that was a incomplete pass due to the pressure. Keeler forced to go to his right, the short side of the field, and then throw across his body.
Pass intended for Woolard falls incomplete. And that will turn the ball over on downs to the Hawks.
And, Mark, we talked about it before the break. If you weren't with us last week, Wekiva lost to Edgewater, a decisive 43-6 victory by Edgewater. But Wekiva did have a chance to be competitive in that game. They got the ball inside the 40-yard line of Edgewater 3 times in the first quarter. But the familiarity is that they were unable to gain a first down. And what you just said, turnover on downs. So Edgewater starts at the Wekiva 45, and just what you would expect as they continue to run that wing T. That's Oliveira, the 6-foot.
Oliveira on the carry for Horizon. That will put the ball 5 yards down the field. 2nd and 5 coming up from the Mustangs 40-yard line.
So first, 2nd and 5 from the Wekiva 40, and as we mentioned, the wing T, that's the specialty of Horizon. Looks very much like a popper just up the row as they hand it off inside to Blake Motley. And he skedaddles to the outside and leans forward. Might have enough for that first down. If not,
Blake Motley on the carry.
It'll be 3rd and short.
That'll be a pickup of 4 on the play. Brings up 3rd and 1 for the Hawks.
And just like Wekiva, you see a lot of these 3rd and 1s and 3rd and 2, like Apopka, you see a lot of these 3rd and 1s and 3rd and 2s when that T-wing offense is running the way it's supposed to.
You see a little bit of deception, changing the lineup.
So on that T-wing, the basic idea of the T-wing, and as you can see, nothing fancy. It's power on power, but you're trying to overload one side and find a specific point of attack and just have more numbers. And usually that's behind the tackles at the edge, at the line of scrimmage, and that's Oliveira taking the handoff. Nothing fancy there.
Running play by Caio Oliveira, and that is just enough to pick up the Hawks' first down.
And we also got a flag on the play, so let's see. So far, 5 on Wekiva. As Oliveira again just bowled ahead.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct called against the Mustangs defense. That will be a 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. First down. So, Neil, once again.
Six penalties now. So the refs haven't moved the ball yet.
You know, we saw this happen. This was the way that Horizon got into the red zone on the last drive.
Yes, which was also their first possession. So there they go. Okay, now the refs are moving. Nope. Yes, now the refs are moving the ball. Again, a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty on Wekiva. And Coach Gabriel, I mean, he's got to be beside himself. And talked about it all last season. Again, I know it's a new team, but it just seems like for whatever reason that's carrying over to this season. Wekiva actually did a fairly decent job. Oh, fumble on the snap, and Horizon gets a break in the fact that that ball just rolled straight back to Oliveira.
A low snap is muffed, but it is recovered by Caio Oliveira.
So Oliveira will actually lose a couple yards on that, but more
Lost
importantly,
2 on the play, 2nd and 12.
More importantly, Horizon keeps possession of the ball.
Well, Wekiva gets a sack in the book. That counts for something.
As the ball now at the 23-yard line of Wekiva. Still under attack, though. And that's Oliveira again.
Right up the middle is Caio Oliveira. That will recover the original 2 yards and add 3 more for a gain of 5. 3rd and 7 coming up for the Hawks.
Second, third down play of this possession. Previous one, 3rd and 1. It was Oliveira, just what you saw. Wekiva trying to blitz, or at least faking the blitz.
Now Horizon looks to the coaching staff.
And now they're switching in the backfield. Not sure if this is designed or it's impromptu. Either way, though. I think that was designed, though. And so now they'll go with the one-back set. 6 men on the line of scrimmage. And that's number 7, a pass. Harris back under center, throwing again. And
pass is complete from Andrew Harris to Kyle Oliveira, who switches from being a running back to a wide receiver for one play. That moves the ball down to the 9-yard line for a gain of 6, and it brings up 4th and 1. So the play worked. It just didn't work with quite enough yards, but it does position Horizon to have some options here.
4th and 1, as you said, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, so far punching it up the middle has been effective for them, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what they do here.
And again, this is what Horizon does. This is their 4th season. They've been doing it for 3 seasons and 2 games under Dennis Thomas. And really,
that takes us to the end of the first quarter. Time has expired, and it's a 7-0 lead for the Hawks. And they will have the ball on the 9-yard line with 4th and 1 when we come back from the break.
And so, Mark, while we got this opportunity, just a quick summary of what this wing T offense does. And as you can see, it's been effective. Not only does it chew up yardage, but it chews up time, and that goes under the umbrella of if you don't have if the opponent doesn't have possession of the ball, the opponent can't score. So, again, it falls under the umbrella of point of attack is often behind tackles at the edge of line. An H-back and 2 inside receivers are used as lead blockers. Forward the play is behind the line of scrimmage until the ball carrier reaches the edge of the line. Ball carrier then turns upfield at a 45-degree angle behind that point of attack, and the location of the rushes are equal, preventing defenses from loading to one side of the field. And it's all based on the assumption of being able to get the man advantage, just getting more men at point of attack.
Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute is honored to be on the sidelines tonight. On the field and off, they provide a full spectrum of orthopedic services and a multitude of specialties and subspecialties, from hip, knee, and shoulder experts to orthopedic traumatology and more, offering proven leading-edge techniques and technologies. Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute provides patients world-class personalized care from a number of convenient locations throughout Central Florida. Proud to feature Florida's first dedicated orthopedic hospital. Learn more at orlandohealth.com/ortho. Orlando Health, choose well.
So a key play in this game, we're about to start the second quarter. Horizon threatening on 4th and 1, and they won't even have to get the first down. Oliveira finds a hole, big
Kyle
hole.
Oliveira, 9 yards on the first play of the second quarter to pick up the touchdown for Horizon.
And that will make it 13-0 with the PAT pending, 11:55 remaining. And there's exactly the wing T being executed to perfection, Mark. We've been seeing that now for both possessions. The first Horizon possession, 9 plays. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. So a total of 17 plays have been run. Only 1 pass thrown. They've run that wing T on the 17 other passes. 16 other plays. As the ball is up. And good. Give the point to Kyle O'Rourke.
Kyle O'Rourke is good. And that makes it a 14-0 ball game with 11 minutes 55 seconds remaining in the second quarter.
I need to go down to the field. So I'm going to take some time off here. 14-0 is your score. And part of my duties are to get pictures, so Mark will take over here. And unfortunately, wish we could give you some better results for you Mustang fans out there, but it has been all Horizon, 14-0, 11:55 before halftime.
Thank you, Neil. And I apologize. I'm running the cameras tonight and doing PA announcing and also updating social media. So this is a little bit of a pat your head and rub your tummy moment.
You can take a couple possessions off. I need to get some pictures. Yeah, you don't need to. I'll be back in about halfway through the quarter.
What a catch. What a catch.
Catch is made by number 13, Demetrius Ellison, and that will advance the ball into Hawks territory with ball spotted at the 33-yard line. 1st and 10 Mustangs. Back-to-back big catches for Demetrius Ellison, and he is into the end zone for a 33-yard Mustang touchdown. Try by Nathan Fritchley is good. The Mustangs cut the Hawks lead to 14-7 with just 2 plays on that drive. Flag on the play. Offsides called against the Mustangs defense. It's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. On a replay of first down. A little bit of a wildcat play going there. Direct snap to Caio Oliveira, who hands off to Blake Motley. It's a pickup of 6, brings up 2nd and 4 for the Hawks. And we'll pause for a Mustang timeout, the first timeout of the first half. The run is good for a first down. It takes the ball to the 38-yard line, brings up 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Caio Oliveira on the carry. Brock Billings on the tackle. That's a gain of 5 on the play. Brings up 2nd and 5 for the Hawks. So the Hawks returning to the strategy they found successful on the previous couple of drives. Slow and steady wins the race. Wekiva, meanwhile, going for the fun and gun. Emmanuel Blackwell manages to recover the missed snap. So the Hawks will remain in control. However, that does pull the ball back to the 28-yard line. That brings up 3rd and 20. That's the 3rd time we've seen a bad snap from the Hawks tonight. It's cost them each time. This is the biggest penalty that they've suffered. Of course, not the yellow flag kind of penalty, but still. Again, Harris taking the snap. Pass intended for Caleb Nellens, broken up by Jabari Smith. That falls incomplete. It brings up 4th and 20 for the Hawks. So they'll have to bring out the kicking unit. And Andrew Harris, who appears to do it all. He's listed on the roster as an athlete, ATH. That means jack of all trades. And there he is to punt. Punt rolls out of bounds around midfield. Mustangs will start with excellent field position for their second offensive possession of the second quarter. And either I missed something or the chains are pointed in the wrong direction. There they go. Michael Blackman on the carry. Holden Kuvitz has the tackle. That's a gain of 3 on the play. 2nd and 7 coming up for the Mustangs from the Hawks' 47-yard line. Apologies on the camera work. That's my fault. That one got away from me. Michael Blackman again on the carry. That's going to be good for a Mustang first down. Tonight's first down sponsored by DG85 Foundation, where our youth is our priority. Number 5 into the end zone for a Mustang touchdown. That's Lawrence Pipkin. PAT by Nathan Fritchley is good. And that ties the game, 14-all, with 7 minutes even remaining in the second quarter. Thank you. And again, apologies, I get a little quiet after touchdowns because I'm also running the social media feeds for @Wekiva Sports on Instagram and Twitter. So I promise I have not spaced out, nor am I not excited about the touchdown. Pick up a 2 on the first play of the Hawks drive. Caio Oliveira on the carry, stopped by Taquivas Davis of the Mustang defense. Gain of 3 on the play, brings up 3rd and 5 for the Hawks. Ball located at the 31-yard line. Wildcat play, direct snap to Caio Oliveira. That is a pickup of 3, and it brings up 4th and 2 for the Hawks from their own 33-yard line. So now a tough decision for Horizon. They've so far been good on the short runs up the middle. However, if they were to get stuffed here, it would put Wekiva in extremely dangerous field position, so it looks like they are going to kick the ball away. It's going to take a Horizon bounce, finally fielded by Jabari Smith. And he gets a little bit of yardage on the return, but not much. Jabari Smith on the return. Ball is spotted at the 31-yard line, and so Wekiva takes over from there with 1st and 10. And we've passed the midpoint of the second quarter, so we'll pause for an official timeout. 14-all is your score with 4 minutes, 39 seconds to go here in the second quarter from Week 3 here at Mustang Field. Once again, we want to thank Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute. On the sidelines tonight, on the field and off, they provide a full spectrum of orthopedic services in a multitude of specialties and subspecialties, from hip, knee, and shoulder experts to orthopedic traumatology and more. Offering proven leading-edge techniques and technologies, Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute provides patients world-class personalized care from a number of convenient locations throughout Central Florida. Proud to feature Florida's first dedicated orthopedic hospital. Learn more at orlandohealth.com/ortho. Orlando Health. Choose well. Coming back from the break, we have 2nd and 2 coming up for the Mustangs. And the Mustangs pick up the first down. This first down sponsored by Susan Reddick, your local real estate specialist. Flag on the play. Illegal motion is called against the Mustang offense. That's 5-yard penalty and a replay of second down. Jabari Smith, a little jazzercise. They have a flag on the play. Personal foul called against the Mustangs. So I did not see a dead ball signal prior to that personal foul slash. So that if it occurred during the play rather than after the play, then that means that first down didn't happen. So Jabari Smith turns up the razzle-dazzle, but it's not going to stick. And now again, Mustangs get something going here. This time, number 21, Michael Blackman, picks up the Mustang. First down! And that one will stand. This first down sponsored by DG85 Foundation, where our youth is our priority. Jabari Smith on the carry. That is good for a pickup of 9. It brings up 2nd and 1 for the Mustangs inside the Hawks red zone at the 18-yard line. Smith again on the carry. This time he does punch it over the line for a Mustang. First down. Ball spotted at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 Mustangs. Andrew Harris on the cube. Excuse me, that's Jackson Kaler on the QB keep, pushed out of bounds by Trace Kolzar. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 coming up for the Mustangs. Flag on the play. Dead ball. Offsides called against the Hawks defense. That's 5-yard donation to the Mustang cause. And a replay of 2nd down. So now the Hawks take a page out of the Mustang playbook as far as penalties go. Wekiva gets a bonus, and that actually puts them inside the red zone. Right in the numbers. Michael Ellis catches the pass from Jackson Kaler, brought down by Trace Kolkazar. And that's also good for a Mustang. First down. Ball spotted at the 15-yard line. Carry by number 21, Michael Blackman. That takes the ball to second and goal at the 3-yard line. Kaylor fakes the handoff, takes it himself. He has a gain of 2. It brings up 3rd and goal from the 1. All the cameras glitched at the same time when that touchdown was run, so apologies for that. One-yard touchdown run scored by Michael Blackman with the extra point by Nathan Fritchley. That puts the Mustangs on top 21-14. With 1 minute, 16 seconds left in the half. We're excited to announce Susan Reddick, local real estate broker, tax professional, and motivational speakers, proud sponsor for Wekiva football. Her support is invaluable to our team's success. And Wekiva touchdowns are brought to you by Jersey Mike's. Wekiva football is excited to partner with Jersey Mike's Subs in Apopka. Thank you for your support, Jersey Mike's. Go Mustangs. Again, I apologize. Something went wrong with the buttons there. I'm sorry we missed that play. It was the most important play of the drive, and all of a sudden the wrong button got hit on the panel. So apologies for that. But here comes the kickoff.
Wekiva with the 21-14 lead. It's first of the ball game. And now Horizon looking to respond. Only 30 seconds remaining. And, of course, this is the disadvantage of running that wing T as well as running the ball 65 to 70% of the time. You don't really have any plays. You need a long gain right now to answer, and it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, that's the last play of the first half. As the clock hits triple zeros, and so what started off a Horizon domination has been turned into a Wekiva domination. Wekiva going to the no huddle, a 14-0 lead being erased. Now 21-14, 21 straight points by Wekiva as we head into halftime. Both these teams looking for their first win of the season. Mark?
That takes us to halftime here at Mustang Field. 21-14 is your score at intermission. And regrettably, because of the earlier inclement weather, both of our bands had to take off because, of course, they didn't want their instruments to get damaged, and there was some doubt over exactly when we'd be able to resume. And so we certainly appreciate the hard work that they've been putting in to their halftime shows. We look forward to being able to see them again. Of course, we'll be on the road for a while here at Wekiva. Next time you'll be able to catch them next week, September 13th. They will be at Eustis, September 20th at Lee County, and September 27th at Oviedo. Your next chance to catch them at home is actually going to be October 10th. That'll be a home game against Evans. That is also senior night. We are going to abridge halftime this evening so that we can make up some of the time that we lost earlier. So we'll be doing a 7-minute halftime since we do not have either marching band here to perform. But again, we want to invite all of you, both here at Mustang Field and wherever you may be, watching us online on YouTube or the NFHS network. Come back and see us October 10th. That'll be senior night for the football, cheerleading, band, athletic training, and JROTC programs. We'll get those festivities started around 6:15. We'll kick off against Evans at 7 o'clock. That should be a great game. We are going to do every dance we can think of to make sure that it does not rain that night. Again, that's October 10th, senior night, right here at Mustang Field, and that will precede the Evans game. Then we get one more week away. That'll be at Jones on October 18th, and then finally we finish with two special events. October 24th, we're back here for homecoming against Lake Howell, and then that is week 10, and then week 11, as is tradition here at Wekiva, we conclude the season with the Mayor's Cup against Apopka. This year it is our turn to host, and so the Mayor's Cup will be November 1st at 7 p.m., week 11 to finish the season. So again, 3 weeks on the road, then senior night at home, then Jones on the road, then homecoming and the Mayor's Cup at home to finish out the season. You get our complete schedule online. If you did not memorize all of that, it's no problem. It is on Max Preps, and it is also on WekivaMustangs.com. So we hope you'll check that out. For those of you who are here in the stadium, make sure that your friends and family are aware that we are live streaming tonight's game. It is on YouTube. The channel name is Wekiva Sports. That's youtube.com/Wekiva Sports. Or you can just search for Wekiva Sports on the YouTube app with your favorite computer, smart TV, or mobile device. We also simulcast all of our games on NFHS Network. That's nfhsnetwork.com or the NFHS Network app. If you're a member there, we invite you to join us there as well. We earn royalties for our broadcast production program when you do either of those things. So we appreciate your support there as well. If you are watching us online right now, we thank you for tuning in. We hope you'll stay with us for the second half here at Mustang Field. Looks like we've got a good game cooking up for you in spite of the delayed start due to the weather. We encourage you to subscribe while you're here. In fact, subscribe to all of our social media services. We are at Wekiva Sports on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. So make sure you're subscribed so you'll get notified whenever we go live. And whether you watch the entire game or just pop in for a few minutes throughout the game to check on the updates, we're glad to have you whenever we can. So again, our channel is at Wekiva Sports on both Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. We also want to remind our viewers, whether you are watching us online right now or whether you are potentially going to be looking to watch us online at some point over the course of the school year, we have, again this year, witnessed a record number of scammers trying to post fake links to live streams that don't exist. So please be aware of that. If you see any post on social media that doesn't come from at Wekiva Sports, treat it with a very healthy degree of skepticism. If you see a comment on one of our own posts that has a suspicious-looking link in it that says it goes to a live stream but takes you to a mysterious site that is not nfhsnetwork.com or youtube.com, do not trust those links. Those are scams. They will take your credit card information, and you will not be getting a live stream of anything that you want to see. So, again, just be careful with that, and please make sure you do not give your personal or financial information to any vendors other than Google, which runs youtube.com, or the NFHS network. Those are the only authorized and legitimate sources of any live streams that you will see here at any of our home events this year. As for our away games, most Orange County Public Schools also partner with NFHS Network as the official online provider. If they don't have their own manual broadcast, they will be using their automated Pixelot camera to broadcast those games. So if you do want to subscribe to that NFHS Network subscription, then not only will you get the home games here at Wekiva, but you'll also get every sport that happens here on a football/soccer/lacrosse field or inside the gym, volleyball, wrestling, basketball, etc., both home and away. Pretty much every school in Orange County does this, so you essentially get an all-access pass, so that's a great value if you'd like to subscribe to NFHSnetwork.com. But we are also happy to offer those live streams on YouTube, and that is free if you want to watch with ads, or if you choose to pay for the YouTube Premium service, then you can get it ad-free. So we will be back in just a couple of minutes here from our abridged halftime. 14-21, the Mustangs lead at intermission of Week 3.
Thought I'd mention while you got a minute, this remote cable is almost completely separated. Those four little wires are very thin and they'll break real easy. I've had one happen before. I've got a crimping tool and I think I've got some extra plastic wraps for it. You can strengthen it. Yeah, that'd be great. We'll keep it.
I think I actually have a spare one of those around here somewhere too.
Because those wires are so thin, once they come apart, you'll never get it back. Probably during 3 minutes to warm up after this. Well, you would take it. Maybe not. I'm gonna put it up. That 2K missing?
Fancy like that. Yeah, so I actually run them both correctly. So, Neil, what looks maybe a little bleak for a moment has turned out to be a good game for Wekiva.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. Of course, down 14-0, and really this the first quarter it looked like Wekiva really just looked the worst they had all season. Of course, we're only 2 games in, but over those 2 games, Wekiva certainly looked the worst, and then they went. Of course, I think it would have to be something we'd have to ask Coach Gabriel and maybe the offensive coordinator, but nonetheless, what I did notice, this was when I was actually down there on the field, they went to the no-huddle offense, and that certainly seemed to be at least at the top of the list of the change. 21 straight points now in that 21-14 lead heading into the second half. And, of course, as we mentioned many times throughout that first half, Both these teams looking for their first win of the season, a much different scenario than last year. Both these teams came in. The game was played, what was the 7th game for Wekiva, the 6th game for Horizon. They both had playoff aspirations, legitimate playoff aspirations. This year they're just looking for that first win, and certainly Wekiva couldn't ask for. You can't ask for a more rough start to the game, but you can't ask for a more smooth and polished ending to a half than what Wekiva saw. And of course, we're 21-14 as we get ready for the second half. Horizon will be receiving the first the kickoff. Now, if you remember going back, and it really just started off on the very first play, Wekiva 3 and out. So now we'll see if Horizon is in the position of needing to get a couple of first downs, if for no other reason than taking some of that momentum away from Wekiva, and some of that, impetus of feeling the game in the direction in the field changing.
Yeah, certainly we spent most of the minutes of the first half watching Horizon play from a relative position of comfort. They were doing a lot of running it up the middle. They were doing a lot of Caio Oliveira runs.
I believe they only threw 3 passes.
Right, well, and then...
which is typical
But
Horizon.
then when Wekiva started to get close and tie it and pull ahead, they started doing some clever stuff with wildcat offenses and direct snaps and other things like that. And they all keep in mind, Horizon had 3 muffed snaps over the course of the first half, and it was impactful to them.
Yeah, I think the most important one, though, was in the second quarter. It was a 3rd down play. It was actually 2nd and 5 from the Wekiva 43. They were on the march again. About 10 minutes remaining, they'd moved the ball from the 26 to the 43. When there was a bad snap, they did wind up recovering it, but it was a 13-yard loss. And, of course, 3rd and 18, the odds are extremely against the team, the offense, of gaining that first down. And it was 14-7 at that time, so Wekiva had already started to make some inroads. But certainly you could really feel what had been hey, we can still be competitive, turn into this, we're going to take the lead feel. So we begin the second half. And a good stop on the return. And Horizon a long way to go now.
Blake Motley on the return. George Phillips had the stop for the Mustangs on special teams. That puts the ball at the 22-yard line, and that will be the starting point of the Hawks' first drive of the third quarter.
So Horizon begins the second half. Again, they need to get a couple of first downs, if for no other reason than to regain some of the momentum. Solid gain on first down. That was about 4 yards. Again, they ran this time to the right, but again, that T-wing. Wekiva with the 21-14 lead. They were down 14-0. 21 consecutive points by Wekiva in the second half to change the fortunes of this game as Horizon lines up again. Seen this all night. One tight end lined up as an H-back, another actual H-back. And they try to pop ahead, a couple more yards gained, and that'll bring up third and middle.
Direct snap to Caio Oliveira. That picks up 2 more yards, brings up 3rd and 4 for the Hawks from their own 29-yard line.
Also want to point out that Wekiva did take that lead with 1:16 remaining, so certainly that's another reason, getting that lead right before halftime, that creates some momentum as well for Wekiva. Now trying to get that first down and into the middle, and no dice. The Wekiva front line, aided by the linebackers, stuffing down that run. And so
direct snap to Caio Oliveira, then the handoff to Blake Motley, stopped for the Mustangs. Short of first down yardage. It brings up 4th and a long 1 for the Hawks.
So exactly what Wekiva needed, and again, that's why I brought up the fact that Wekiva got that touchdown with 1:16 remaining, this really does follow up in terms of continuing to build on that momentum, being able to get the 3 and out to start the third quarter. And there's the punt. All the way back into Wekiva territory, and they'll start at the 23. But again, Wekiva now in the driver's position with that 21-14 lead, and they certainly can go to the run now.
No return on the punt. Mustangs will start their next possession from their own 23-yard line.
You want to line the camera? So you can operate whichever one you want. This is the wide shot, this is the follow shot.
9:36 remaining in the third quarter. We're just underway in the second half. Wekiva's first possession in the 21-14 lead. They begin this possession at their own 23-yard line. 21 unanswered points, and they're going to go to the run. Snapping ahead, bowling ahead, bulldozing. That was Pipkin.
Pipkin on the play. The tackle is made by Trace Koltzar.
And that's a solid gain on first down. 3 yards. Keep getting 3 yards or keep getting a first down. That's Pipkin again, snarling around that left side. He's going to have enough for the first down. Great job by the offensive lineman, especially on that left side, sealing off the edge and giving Pipkin time to find the hole.
Pipkin again on the carry. That is good for a Mustang. First down. This first down, sponsored by Susan Reddick, your local real estate specialist. Pipkin again on the carry. And that is close to first down yardage. And yes, it is. Back to back. Mustang first downs.
So ball at the 47 of Wekiva. And again, powering through that middle. They'll pick up about 2 yards. So I know it's early in the third quarter, but Wekiva is using up some of that clock now with that 21.
Michael Blockman on the carry for the Mustangs. That puts the ball to the 49-yard line for a gain of 3 and brings up 2nd and 7.
And they're in Horizon territory, Wekiva that is. So both these teams looking for their first win of the season, and certainly Wekiva changing their fortunes as Smith takes it the end around. A little stop and go, a juke and jive flag comes down as well as Smith, and there's the whistles.
Smith on the carry, flag on the play.
So if the play stands, it will be just a 1 yard gain. But it is going to be against Wekiva. So just when it looked like Wekiva was starting to establish some momentum, not just in terms of the play, but being able to run its game effectively here in the second half. Start building on being
flag on the play, holding called against the Mustang offense. That's 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul and a replay of second down.
Start building on being able to enforce its will, so to speak. They make that crucial mistake, and the ball will be now at the 39. And it's going to be second and a long way to go. They stay on the ground, though. Nice run by Pipkin as he does a little slashing and dashing. And they'll get up to second and short. Nice run from Pipkin, regaining that yard in about 7 more. Regaining the 10 lost yards in about 7 more.
Pipkin on the carry. And we'll pause for an official timeout.
Pipkin taking the ball all the way up back into Horizon territory at the 48. So that is a 13-yard gain.
Gain of 13 on the play. It brings up 3rd and 4 for the Mustangs.
The 5'8" junior, Lawrence Pipkin, running back, doing the majority of the ball carrying on this first possession of the second half. Running on 4 of the 5 plays. Mike Blackman on the other carry. And Wekiva right now with the 21-14 lead, certainly a much different feel, certainly much different strategy. Of course, you do want to get some time off the clock with those runs, but you're also looking to just be able to get some field position and establish your will, establish that you're the more physical team. And Wekiva certainly has done that during this series. Got a little bit more work to do, but certainly moving in the right direction. There's movement. See who created the movement, according to the refs.
Offsides is called against the Hawks defense. That's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. And that will be enough for Mustang. First down.
And as you heard Mark Barchi, our public address announcer, as well as my partners say, first down on the 5-yard penalty. The fourth of this drive. Second half for Wekiva. Keeler lines them up. Motion by Smith. 3 receivers, and now he's going to go deep for the first time tonight. And that was Ellis, the intended receiver. Could find the ball. Give credit, though, to the safety, Alex Whitfield. No, that's...
Pass intended for Ellis falls incomplete.
Excuse me, that was...
And my apologies, that was my fault on the camera work. Was not expecting Wekiva to finally go long. That's the first time I've seen them do that in a while.
So good defensive one-on-one coverage by the secondary, and that will bring up 2nd and 10. The handoff back to the ground, slicing along that left side, and picking up about 5 yards, continuing to move that ball in increments. That was Blackman.
Blackman on the carry. Gain of 4 on the play, brings up 3rd and 6 for the Mustangs.
So certainly you want it to be shorter than 3rd and 6, but 6 yards better than 10, and it's not going to matter as Keeler, a little dancing and some slicing and dicing, and he picks up the first down pending the call
Jackson
on
Keeler
flag.
on the play, flag on the play.
So Wekiva began this drive at their own 23-yard line, and it's not going to be a first down.
Called against the Mustangs offense. That's 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul on a replay of 3rd down. So Neil, just when you thought.
Yep.
Now that one, at least that's a fair play penalty, because the reason that Kaler was able to get that clean run was because of the holding call. So
Yeah.
you feel stupid when the penalty is away from the play and what was otherwise.
Yeah.
There go the lights. 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. Closing
why
time.
not?
And it appears that we have a scheduled disconnect of our stadium lights. So if you will kindly remain seated or remain where you are for your safety, we will see if we can feed some pellets to the hamster that spins the generator, and we will get those lights back on momentarily.
So for those of you watching, first of all, thank you.
This is technology for you. Back in the old days, you just used a light switch to turn the lights on and off. But no. Now you have to worry about what time zone the schedule is in.
Yeah. As I say, you know, if you weren't aware of what happened, the lights just went out. They are on a timer, 10 o'clock, and they go off. Of course, we don't have a brain. It's just an automated machine. But I also say it's been one of those nights here, Mark. Certainly waited over an hour to get the game started. Actually, I believe it was closer to an hour and a half. And it's been hot. It's been humid. It's a typical September first week in Florida. And, of course, why not add to it a light outage?
Of course. Well, you know, hey, we live and learn. This happens about once a year.
Yes, that is the lights going out, not the rain.
Correct. Rain happens a lot more than that.
Yes, it seems like every year we sit up here in this press box and talk about 4 of the 5 home games being affected by rain.
Yes. So, well, anyway, we will pause now while we wait for the lights to come back on. Of course, every time the lights go out like this, I think of nobody watching this broadcast is going to get this reference, but the old episodes of The Price is Right under Bob Barker, when they would play the rangefinder game, and he would say, "Now don't turn it off until you're absolutely sure, because we can't start it again for another 36 hours." That's not really true with these lights, but they do take about 5 minutes to power back on because they are not your traditional LED light bulbs.
Do you remember who caught the touchdown pass? 11:29 was like 20 yards. It was a two-play drive. It's Ellison, 14.
So again, we are paused here with 6 minutes 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Wekiva leading 21-14. You are currently watching my reflection in the window because that's the only thing the camera can show you right now. It's too dark to see anything else.
Yeah, if you just turned on, perhaps you're getting home from work. Perhaps you're like me, you're a reporter, you're working, and you're just tuning in to see what Wekiva and Horizon are doing. We are currently experiencing an outage. Of course, we are still playing. We're 6:30 from the end of the third quarter, and that is because we had about an hour and a half rain delay. This game did not kick off at 7. Well, it did actually kick off at 7 o'clock, but we only got 5 plays in, and then the rains came again. It had been raining for roughly about an hour before the game kicked off. We resumed at around 8:30, 8:40. And now, of course, we are experiencing a lighting outage here at Mustang Field right at 10 o'clock. That goes back to the digital technology. Timers are set in these stadiums nowadays. That's across pretty much, I believe, the entire state of Florida. I know it is at least in Orange County and Seminole County. And that's where we are now with a 21-14 score. Wekiva in the lead. They do have the ball. I'm not sure exactly where the ball will be. They actually committed a holding penalty, and the refs were marking the ball back when the lights went out. But the line of scrimmage was the 42, so when we do resume, Wekiva will be taking the first snap from their side of the field. Again, with that 21-14 lead, both these teams coming in 0-2, desperately needing a win. Take a look at the scoring. It's also been somewhat of an odd scoring as well. Horizon busting out to the 14-0 lead. Of course, they're known after only 3 years for running that T-wing to perfection, the wing T to perfection, modeled on what our neighbors just 5 miles to the northwest ran. That's Apopka. And they scored on the first drive, I believe, their first and third possessions, throwing only 3 passes. I could have it for you in a minute what the pass to rush ratio is, but nonetheless, you can take it from me and Mark. There hasn't been more than 3 passes. It's been all running, and it was effective for that first quarter, as obviously by the score, an 11-0 lead. Kyle Oliveira, one of the new faces in Horizon, scoring both those touchdowns, a 2-yard plunge at 6:21, then a 9-yard bolt at 11:55. So it was actually the second touchdown scored in the second quarter, but roughly 1 quarter in, a 14-0 lead for Wekiva. In the meantime, their first 2 possessions were 2 and out, so was not looking good for Wekiva there at that point. And a number of things happened, but perhaps the biggest impact was Coach Gabriel decided to go to the no huddle, and since then it's been all Wekiva. 21 straight points, a Keeler to Ellison pass, 11:29. So shortly after the 14-0 lead, Wekiva with a not only quick answer and a rapid answer, but certainly an exclamatory answer as well. Only 2 plays for that, moving the ball 70-plus yards, and then the 2 rushing plays. Lawrence Pipkin, who's also a new face for Wekiva, taking over in that running spot. The 5'8" junior going 27 yards, a little slash and dash, some slice and dice, and then he ran off, finished that run with some power, plowing into the end zone with exactly 7 minutes remaining before halftime. Time to score at 14-14. And as I said, when we came back on to start the second half, Wekiva also added to that momentum by scoring with just 1:16.76 seconds remaining before halftime, taking that lead in the momentum into halftime. A 1-yard snap, plunge, power up the middle, nothing fancy, straight behind the center by Michael Blackman. Again, at 1:16, Wekiva took its first lead at 21-14 and still holds that lead with 6:30 remaining. And that's where we are right now as we are waiting for the lights to be turned back on.
Once again, we appreciate everyone's patience as we work to restore lighting here in the stadium. Again, there appears to have been an error in the scheduling software. The lights should not go off until 11, but they went off at 10 tonight. And, of course, with the rain delay, we, of course, want them to stay on for the rest of the night. So our administrators are working on getting the power restored to the stadium lights. It is not a power outage. It is just a scheduling issue with the stadium lights. So we should be able to get those back on in a few minutes. And we appreciate your patience. Again, we do remind you, please be extra careful while the lights are out. Please make sure you watch your step. Take small children by the hand. And just be very, very careful, especially because the bleachers and the ground are wet. So we want to make sure nobody slips and gets hurt until we can get these lights back on. Again, we appreciate your patience, both here in the stadium and out there in streaming land.
So while we got a break here as well, Mark, take a look at the schedule for Wekiva. And we'll also take a look at Horizon, but since we're the in-house Wekiva broadcast, we'll start with them.
Road trip coming up for Wekiva.
Yes, but we're going to start at the beginning of the season. If you're just tuning in and following Wekiva, again, 0-2. They lost to West Orange, a 32-14 loss. It was on August 30th, a road game. Edgewater this past Tuesday, September 3rd, 43-6. That game was originally scheduled for the first game of the season on August 23rd, and that brings us to now this game, which is Horizon. Looking ahead, of course, next week Wekiva goes on the road to Eustis, and then the road trip that Mark was just telling you about, all the way up to Lee County, where they will take on Lee County High School. That's actually a 7:30 start. Unfortunately, we will not be able to broadcast that game. It's rather difficult for us logistics to get all the logistics down to do local games, let alone moving up to what I believe is in central Georgia, Lee County. Correct, Mark?
Correct.
Yeah, it's about halfway between Atlanta and Valdosta. Of course, Georgia, one of the larger states in the Union, going from north to south, taking about 4 hours. If you do go up I-75 north to south or south to north. Then they return back home, and, of course, that will start the district schedule as well. Wekiva, the FHSAA realigning the districts. Wekiva winding up in a district with Oviedo, the perennial state blue blood and power. That is September 27th. That will be a road game. Wekiva then returns home with 3 of their last 4 games. Evans on October 10th. Jones, that is the lone road game in that stretch, on October 18th. And then the season ends again at Wekiva with Lake Howell on October 24th. That is also homecoming, a little bit later than usual. And then, of course, the Tater Bowl, as Apopka takes that trip 5 miles to the southeast. That's a game that has become to also include playoff implications, even though Wekiva has not been able to make the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years. A victory would have gotten them in. It still did have playoff implications, as well as for Apopka, basically for seeding. You out of here?
Yeah. So again, it's an unusual home and away series that we have set up. Of course, the FHSAA has changed the way that we do districting several times over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, well, generally speaking,
first we had the standard way, then we had the metro and suburban and rural way. Now we're back to the standard way, but Edgewater's not in our classification anymore, and some other schools are, and so everything's been shaken up.
Actually, all the 4 teams that were in the same district that Wekiva was in, including Wekiva, they're all in separate districts. So,
right. So now, anyway,
Wekiva,
the end result of all of that is that we end up with home games and then a streak of away games and then another streak of home games. And so, we go, I think, pretty much, we go about a month between home games.
Yeah, and we are now in Wekiva in Class 6A District 4. And our rivals, the other members, are Oviedo, Evans, and Lake Howell. So certainly you can look at that, and at least based on what we've seen, again, for pretty much a quarter and a half now, again, Wekiva down 14-0 with 11:55 remaining in the second half, just 5 seconds into the second quarter. But it's been all Wekiva since then, 21 straight points. Based on that stretch, you look at this and you think you have a pretty good chance. We should at least go into the games against Evans and Lake Howell, at least a slight favorite. Of course, the other question is Oviedo, the perennial state blue blood and powerhouse, one of those schools that always expects to make a long run into the postseason.
Yeah, so certainly this has been an interesting night between the rain and
one
now
of those
the darkness.
nights.
But logistically, I mean, the football has been fine, but logistically, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong.
So,
but again, we are paused for a lighting delay, not lightning, but lighting delay, as our stadium lights have. It happened at precisely 10 p.m. We've seen this happen before, so without having talked to Coach Biaggi, I am willing to stake my reputation on knowing exactly what happened. Somehow the lights got scheduled to go off at 10. I bet the intent was to turn them off at 11, which with a 7 o'clock kickoff is normally plenty. Although even like tonight, I don't know if we would have been finished by 11.
no, but we certainly would not be sitting
Probably
here
would be at
talking
least
to-
done with the game, if not necessarily cleared the stadium by 11. But
So as I did promise, take a look at the Horizon schedule as well. And, of course, they're also 0-2, looking for their first win this season, the fourth-year school. Looking to get back on the winning track. They did actually win 10 out of 12 games starting about mid-2022, and that lasted to mid-2023. Unfortunately, they ended last season with 3 straight losses, of course. 3 out of their last 4 games they lost, those 3 losses being to what was then their district rivals, as we just talked about, the FHSAA realigning the districts. Also a note on that, for those of you new to the FHSAA, they do tend to, every 2 years they review the district alignments. They do not always realign every district, but I would say more times than not they do at least take and move a couple of teams in each district. This year they went a little bit more than usual.
and we have lights. I'm going
Okay.
to spin the camera back around here.
Okay,
if I
so a quick look at the Horizon schedule. Want to get this in. They lost to Olympia 14-0 on August 23rd, 28-3 August 30th last Friday. That's Lake Nona. Of course, tonight they're playing Wekiva. And then they will move up to Ocala, take on Forest. That's a road game September 30th. Evans, another road game on September 20th. And then the third consecutive road game for Horizon Winter Springs on September 27th. Then they return home. They will take on South Lake. The Eagles, always one of those schools, very much like Horizon in the sense that if you take them lightly, they will win. And then back to the road, one last road game, Lake Mineola on October 18th, and then they wrap up the season. That's Horizon with 2 home games, Davenport on October 24th and Windermere on November 1st.
So we do have our stadium lights coming back on. As a reminder, the softball and baseball fields, because of the technology they use, are a little bit more instant than the football stadium lights. These are going to put us into twilight for a few minutes first while those halogen beams warm up. So we can appreciate your continued patience and again ask you to please exercise all due safety as you make your way around on the wet bleachers and the ground. But again, we appreciate your patience and we are looking forward to getting the game underway just as soon as the stadium lights reach full power.
Yeah, and now we can actually see the players, can see the Wekiva players as they are standing right in front of us. Can't quite make out the Horizon players yet, the detail, but we can see the silhouettes. And now actually in those 10 seconds, we can actually start to see the white of their jersey. Again, if you're just joining us, first of all, thank you for those of you who have been with us. As Mark said, we do appreciate your patience. We have just been one of those nights. Logistically, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. Also, just want to take a reminder of volleyball. take a quick look at their schedule. They are currently 4-2, their best start since 2009. So it's been a long time. They will be taking on Southlake next Tuesday, September 10th. That's an away game. They will remain on the road against Edgewater on Thursday the 12th. And then the next week, they have 2 games. First against Chromes, that's also on Tuesday, that's the 17th. And then the Metro West Tournament, of course, that is still a TBD, to be determined opponent. That will be on the 19th. So we're just a few minutes away. As a matter of fact, the players are now actually walking out onto the field.
Yeah, it looks like they're not necessarily going to wait for the lights to get to 100%. As long as it's light enough that they can play safely, they're going to go ahead and move on.
So again, Wekiva with possession. The ball is at the Horizon 44 after the penalty, and they were looking at a third down as Keeler snaps, drops back under pressure, now rolls to his left. The escapability coming into play, but still having trouble with the accuracy. So Wekiva golden opportunities was actually the first possession of the second half. That seemed like a lifetime ago when it began.
Pass intended for Jabari Smith falls incomplete. That'll bring up 4th and 11 for the Mustangs.
And Wekiva's going to go for the first down. Of course, not a surprise if you did watch the first 2 games.
Oh, and I just realized I have our names up there instead of the score bug. That's the wrong button. There we go.
So Keeler lines them up again, the one-back set, double receivers, up high, down low. Obviously a key play, want to keep the drive going. Throw and completed over to Ellis. Across the field, he eludes the tackle, and he's on his horse into the end zone. 44 yards, and Wekiva.
Pass is complete to Michael Ellis, who runs 44 yards into the end zone for a Mustang touchdown.
And so Ellis caught that ball about 12 yards from the line of scrimmage, which would have been a first down, but he was not done. And literally, not only because it goes well with the Mustangs, but he was galloping into the end zone. A beautiful move across the field, gating the angle twice right after he caught the ball, and then when he got to the right hash mark and made that 45-degree turn or 90-degree turn up the field. So Nathan Fritchley, the senior kicker, will be in. See if we can give Wekiva a 2-touchdown lead, 14 points. Score was 5:57. As we are still waiting for the lights to return to 100% intensity. Fritchley lining up out of Keeler's hold. There's the snap. Ball down, kick up. And a 28-14 lead.
is good. That makes it a 28-14 ball game with 5 minutes, 57 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Well, this is the midpoint of the third quarter, but we just had a 15-minute break.
So that's also the second touchdown that Keeler has thrown tonight as well, and 28 straight points. Now for Wekiva, overcoming that 14-0 lead, and certainly life is looking a lot better at Mustang Arena from the eyes of the Wekiva faithful than they were after that first quarter tonight. Wekiva trailing 14-0. Once again, a number of things have changed, but they all fall under the umbrella. The biggest impact was going to the no-huddle offense, and Horizon has not had an answer for that. So a bit of a lull as we wait for the kickoff. And there it is. Fritchley puts the ball into play. A short kickoff on the right side. And Cruz taking it. And best field position by either team. Horizon will actually be starting in Wekiva territory.
Cruz on the return. And that will put the ball into Mustang territory to start the Hawks' possession at the 48-yard line.
So 1st and 10 from The Wekiva 48, Horizon getting the break they absolutely needed after giving up 28 straight points. So, of course, you might also start asking about Kyle O'Rourke, the kicker. What's his length, his distance, his range as well? So Harris, the lone returning skill player from last season, back to work, but Oliveira gets the snap, trying to go to that left side, and this time, and once again, the front four of Wekiva shutting the door, stacking up Oliveira at the line of scrimmage. It'll be a 1 yard gain.
Kyle Oliveira runs for a gain of 1 yard. That puts the ball at the 46-yard line now. 2nd and 9 coming up for the Hawks.
So again, if you joined us late, the Hawks, one of the most methodical teams in the state. Systematic, running that wing T, and there you see why. As this time Oliveira finds an opening on that right side and slides through. It'll be a first down as well. See the chains moving.
Once again, Kyle Oliveira on the carry, and that puts the ball at the 38-yard line. It's enough for a Hawks first down.
So 2 plays, a first down and 10 yards. And now Horizon looking like the team we saw in the first quarter. Harris lining them up. Oliveira, again, becoming a starter for the first time this season. One of the new faces. And he'll take the snap again. Finds that right side, a little shutter and a shake. And he gets about 5 yards. So, again, also have not mentioned tonight, but that wing T success is really predicated on first down yards.
Kyle Oliveira on the carry for the Hawks. Stop made by Xavier McMurrin. That's a gain of 5 yards, brings up 2nd and 5 from the 34-yard line.
And the idea of the wing T and the general strategy is if the other team, if the opponent doesn't have possession, they can't score, as now we get a reverse handoff, and that is Emmanuel Blackwell with his first run of the game. Blackwell getting the first down. He's carried
Emmanuel
about
Blackwell
13
on the
times.
carry.
Only his 13th.
Stopped by Jameer Tyson.
Only his 13th carry of the season, but a very effective 13 carries. As the ball now at the Wekiva 17-yard line. Horizon threatening. And certainly a stop would needs by Wekiva to keep that momentum as the direct snap. Harris, I believe, yeah, that was Harris.
Harris on the carry. Gain of 2. 2nd and 8 coming up from the 16-yard line.
Again, the wing T using 2 tight ends, an H-back, 1 back set. Doing a lot of running to the sides behind the tackle and guards on angles, and that time doors shut, the left side of Wekiva's defensive line having none of it. So, again, this has been a typical Horizon drive. Horizon,
Loss of 3 on the play. That brings up 3rd and 9 for the Hawks from the Mustangs' 17-yard line.
Horizon in only its 4th season. Might not look spectacular, but 2-8, 5-5, and 7-3 records. Better than a lot of four-year schools as they try that left side. And again, this time no room. The
Kyle
opening
Oliveira
shot.
on the carry. The stop is made by Zion Gammons and Gabriel Prochet. Gain of 1 on the play brings up 4th and 8 for the Hawks. And Neil, I think at this point,
16.
Yeah, I think at this point, unless you really are confident in your field goal unit and you think you're going to get the ball back enough times, I mean, these have been slow possessions we've been having. They've been long possessions.
That's the wing T. That's the idea. You want to take up as much time as possible.
But when you're doing that and you're down 2 touchdowns, I think you got to go for it here.
Yeah, and this is the disadvantage now. If you're ahead, it's a huge advantage using the methodical, systematic play. Now it's a disadvantage down by 2 touchdowns late in the third quarter. That's Oliveira, and there's your answer. Slides to the right, hop to the left, and the door was open. Floodgates, and just that quickly, it's 28-20 with the PAT pending.
Caio Oliveira will have the 17-yard run into the end zone for a Hawks touchdown.
So again, Coach Gabriel cannot be happy about that. I can see him waving his hands. Of course, all the coaches cannot be happy, but Wekiva had the momentum. They had seized it 28 straight points, and even though they hadn't scored on their first possession, they had taken control of the field position as O'Rourke finds no problem between the
O'Rourke
uprights.
has the PAT, and that cuts it to a one-touchdown game. 28-21 is the score with 1 minute 48 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
And just that quickly, when it looked like Wekiva had solved the wing T, Horizon marches down the field, a 48-yard drive, of course, getting the ball at the opponent's 48 certainly set the tone and cut the work in half. It was a rushing. And that was set up. Horizon getting the ball at Wekiva's 48, or beginning the drive at the 48 of Wekiva by the excellent kickoff return. So the good news if you're Wekiva is you still have the lead. It's a one-touchdown lead, and you're about to get the ball. Of course, the bad news is now you need to at least get a couple of first downs. The impetus is on Wekiva. It was on Horizon. Now it's on Wekiva. Just that quickly. And by the way, that scoring drive, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, was 8 plays, all rushes. Again, we've seen that all night. So once again, thank you for joining us on this Friday night. Also, thank you for your patience. It's been one of those nights logistically as O'Rourke kicks it off. And Smith will let it roll out of bounds that'll also be a penalty. Kicking the ball out of bounds. And no, actually, they rolled out of bounds after crossing the end zone, so it's not a penalty. 1:48 remaining.
Ball rolls into the end zone for a touchback. That means the Mustangs will start this possession from their own 20-yard line.
And again, Wekiva needing to get a couple of first downs. Obviously, you like to drive down the field, score the touchdown after Horizons. But certainly you at least want to get a couple first downs, get some momentum, and get some field position. Can't ask for a better start as popping out of that backfield and driving ahead is Blackman. Blackman and Pipkin doing the carrot rushes tonight.
Blackman on the carry for the Mustangs. That's a pickup of 9. Second and 1 coming up for the Mustangs from their own 29.
And back to the rush they go, a draw. And that'll be good enough for a first down. There's one of those first downs I was talking about. As they unpile, that's Blackman again. And it's been a steady dose of Blackman taking about 2/3 of the carries tonight. Pipkin taking the other third, and now they switch out. Pipkin coming in, and we're going to have a timeout with 1:21 remaining. And I can see Keeler coming over to Coach Gabriel. And now the rest of the offense follows him out.
We'll pause for a timeout. 28-21 is the score with 1 minute, 21 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. For those of you here in the stadium, we'll remind you that we are, of course, a bit behind schedule tonight, both because of the rain and because of the lighting outage. And so our administrators are going to be looking to close the facility and get home to their families promptly after the conclusion of tonight's game. You can help us do that by making sure if you have your own vehicle here, we ask you to please exit the stadium and make your way to your vehicle promptly after the conclusion of tonight's game. If you are depending on a ride, we ask that you please give them a buzz here in about the next minute and 21 seconds. Let them know that we are going into the fourth quarter and they should be on their way to pick you up. We appreciate your cooperation.
So Wekiva back to work. Keeler lining them up out of that one back set with Pipkin lining up directly behind him, and we got a penalty. And it's against Horizon, so Mark?
Flag on the play, illegal shift is called against the Hawks. That's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot and a replay of first down.
And that'll now make it 1st and 5. So Wekiva with the short distance in this series. Play action out to Smith. Nice play. Well designed. Nice patience. As Smith caught that and dragged several players for about 2 more yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. A 3-yard gain. So again, taking advantage of that penalty, shortening the distance.
Gain of 3 on the play. 2nd and 1 coming up for the Mustangs.
From their 42.
Hand off to Pipkin, and he is dragged down by Trace Kolkzar. Very close to first down yardage. Looks like he will be short by a few inches.
So now Wekiva taking a page out of the Horizon playbook, getting 3-4 yards at a pace, bringing up 3rd and short. As Keeler hands off to Pipkin, he's got room to operate. And not only does he get the first down, he gets another 10 yards, 11 in total, as he motored around that right side.
Pipkin on the carry and gets the first down and some change into Hawks territory. And the ball is spotted at the 46-yard line for Mustang. First down.
And as you just heard Mark say, Wekiva back into Horizon territory. Getting exactly what they need, a long, sustained drive.
This first down was sponsored by Susan Reddick, your local real estate specialist.
And that was a dangerous, dangerous pass from Keeler. Wekiva getting away with one
Pass
there.
falls incomplete, and that takes us to the end of the third quarter. 28-21. It's a 7-point ball game as we head into the final break. 12 minutes left to go here in week 3, and the Mustangs lead by a touchdown and have the ball when we come back from the break. Once again, we like to remind everyone here in the stadium, if you're depending on a ride to get home from tonight's game and you haven't already done so, let them know we're going into the fourth quarter and they should be on their way to pick you up so that we can promptly close the facility and get our administrators home to their families after the conclusion of tonight's game. We appreciate your cooperation. We also, again, want to thank our friends at Orlando Health for their sponsorship of OCPS Athletics. Orlando Health and Jewett Orthopedic Clinic, honored to be on the sidelines tonight. On the field and off, they provide a full spectrum of orthopedic services.
So we begin the fourth quarter, 28-21 lead for Wekiva. They scored 28 straight points to erase a 14-0 lead. Just a couple minutes ago, Horizon cutting that lead to a touchdown. It's 1st and 10. They hand off to Blackman. They go back to Blackman.
Blackman on the carry.
And no gain.
No gain on the play. That brings up 3rd and 10 for the Mustangs.
Again, Blackman taking the majority of the carries tonight. The junior wide receiver, running back, cornerback, making his presence felt. Coming out of training camp, he was expected to be the second running back. He's taken over that featured running back spot, carrying the ball about 2/3 of the carries tonight as Keeler drops back on 3rd down. Going deep, and it's tipped, and no flag. Excellent play. That was Mason Cruz, the 5'11" senior cornerback.
Pass intended for Demetrius Ellison falls incomplete. Mason Cruz on the coverage. And that will bring up 4th and 10 for the Mustangs. So an interesting choice here, Neil. I could kind of go either way on this one as far as what to do. The conventional wisdom is to punt the ball here and rely on your defense, pin them deep in their own territory. But I'll tell you, Neil, so far both teams have not been particularly successful at pinning the other team deep in their own territory.
No, and when they have, it hasn't really mattered. We've seen most of the drives tonight have been long, and to answer your question, Gabriel decides to go for the first. Keeler rolls right, a couple of stutter steps, and finds his man. Executed perfectly. Jabari Smith, the all-everything cornerback
Pass
slash
complete to
wide
Jabari
receiver.
Smith. And a flag on the play. Holding called against the Mustang offense. That pass will come back. And a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay of 4th down.
And that explains why Keeler was able to roll out to his right and had open territory to throw the pass. And now, of course, with the 10-yard penalty Coach Gabriel decides to send in the punting unit. So this is the third time these two teams have met. Of course, Horizon, this is their fourth season. They opened in 2021. Just as a side note, at least to me, it seems kind of odd when the school is only 4 years old to be saying they're the second newest school, as there were two more schools that opened up this year, and nobody was back for that one on that punt. That was definitely an
Ball is
all-out
down
attempt to
at
block.
the 16-yard line, and so that is where the Hawks will take over.
And
So not the
Wekiva-
worst possible result for Wekiva there.
Yeah, Wekiva has won the two previous meetings, 60-2 last year, and 32-7 the first time they met, 94-9 a total score. Of course, they met the previous 2 years because they were in the same district. So 11 minutes exactly remaining, a 28-21 lead for Wekiva as they're trying to keep control of the clock, get that ball back as soon as possible. Of course, they do have field position advantage. Did you see who ran that? And it'll be a 3-yard
Pickup of
gain.
6 on the play. 2nd and 4 coming up now for the Hawks.
They stay on the ground, not a surprise. Horizon throwing the ball less than 5 times.
And I believe that was Caio Oliveira on the carry. Gain of 2. 3rd and short coming up for Horizon.
Ball at the 26-yard line. So this is a critical play for Horizon, more so than Wekiva, with time ticking away. You still got 10 minutes, plenty of time, but you don't want Wekiva to get the ball and take away what time you do have. And that's Oliveira blitzing through the middle of the line, excellent blocking up front, and that'll bring up the first down.
Oliveira on the carry, and that is good for a pickup 4 yards, and that's enough for Hawks first down. Ball spotted at the 31-yard line of Horizon territory, 1st and 10.
So a 5-yard gain. And really right now we are in Horizon's wheelhouse. Their meal ticket, if so to speak. They can chew up a lot of this clock if they move it down the field 3 and 4 yards at a time. Again, running out of that wing T formation. And now running to the right. Little daylight there.
That's Emmanuel Blackwell on the carry.
His second carry of the game.
Gain of 2 on the play. 2nd and 8 coming up for the Hawks.
Puts the ball at the 33, 2nd and 8. So the one big difference between Apopka and Horizon in terms of how they run this wing T or the results is Apopka at any minute can pull off that big play, the 70, 80, 90-yard rushing. Horizon very rarely does that. They are 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Of course, if you're my age, I'm 55. You can do the math for the younger audience. That goes back to the Woody Hayes and Bo Schembeckler era, Big Ten, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, as we just saw another 3 yards right up the middle by Oliveira. So that'll put the ball at the Horizon 36 on 3rd and 5. And again, that's another feature of this wing T. You want to keep getting 3rd downs and 5 yards or less to go. We're now approaching 8 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. Game starting about an hour and a half late. We then had about a 15-minute delay in the 3rd quarter as the lights went out. And that was Oliveira again. A little stutter step as he hit the line trying to throw off the Wekiva front line, but they would have none of it, closing the gap quickly. And so we got 4th down. Only a 1-yard gain. It will be 4th and 4, and now Coach Dennis Thomas, sends in the punting unit. And Horizon will have to give up that ball. Now Wekiva, once they gain possession, will be able to really use this clock effectively. An golden opportunity for them. I don't think we'll see the fake here this deep, and no fake. as Harris gets rid of the ball. Of course, he's also the quarterback. And Smith gets away from that ball. There's a flag as well. So another penalty. There's been a number of them throughout this game, both teams committing at least 10. Again, please remember we do not have a statistical crew here. We are but a small skeleton crew with very few funds. Ha ha ha. That is, so we do not, but seriously, folks, we do not have a statistic.
Flag on the play. Holding called against the Mustangs. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul and a replay of the down.
So that's why we cannot give you exact stats. We do not have the crew. But I can tell you, eyeball test, both teams have committed at least 10 penalties. And so Wekiva will go to work inside their own 5-yard line. And their first attempt to move the ball upfield is a rush.
Want to extend our appreciation to Wekiva's film crew. Mimi is our videographer tonight. For the first part of the game, it was all me. I was doing your announcing and your videography. Mimi has been stepping in on the follow shot, and we appreciate, as always, the partnership between Wekiva DVT, Wekiva Yearbook, and our athletics program, especially sticking with us here late into the night on a game that was filled with every kind of delay imaginable.
That's Michael Blackman taking the ball, carry on the first 2 plays. It's now 3rd and 5. Critical play here as time ticks away. 6:11 remaining. Wekiva first down would certainly help their chances of winning, increasing it. Another 4 downs. And they're going to run it out of the one-back set. The handoff again. Bowling up the middle and just carrying and pushing the defenders backwards. That's certainly some extra yardage there. That's how you lower your shoulder into the chest.
That's Lawrence Pipkin on the carry, and it is good for a Mustang. First down.
And then some, as a timeout is called.
This first down was sponsored by DG85 Foundation, where our youth is your priority. And we'll now pause for our final water break of the game. 5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Mustangs will have the ball at their own 22-yard line with 1st and 10 when we come back from the break, and Wekiva up 28-21 here on week 3 of season 18 for the Mustangs. Again, for those of you here in the stadium, we want to remind you, if you have not already done so, make sure your ride knows that we are closing in on the last 6 minutes of regulation. We are also excited to announce Susan Reddick, local real estate broker, tax professional, and motivational speaker, is a proud sponsor for Wekiva football. Her support is invaluable to our team's success.
So back to live action. Wekiva another 4 downs to work with. Can kill some more time off that clock. 5:55 remaining, the 28-21 lead at Mustang Field. And that certainly will not help the cause. Horizon shutting down the door, stacking up the running back.
Pipkin on the carry.
Pipkin.
Landon Wood on the stop. No gain on that play. 2nd and 10 coming up for the Mustangs.
And this new series of downs, that was Pipkin who actually created it, gaining 11 yards on 3rd down. So ball remains at the 22, and we won't get this play off. Another flag.
Jackson Kaler did exactly what he was hoping to do. Offsides is called against the Hawks. Specifically, that was Kolgzar that got drawn offsides. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, a replay of 2nd down.
And that also cuts the distance in half to 5. And again, if you're Wekiva, you're looking to cut that time down. You don't necessarily need to score. You just need to keep possession of the ball right now. As Blackman takes it.
No, he doesn't either.
No, he doesn't. It was a fake handoff. Went the other way.
They fooled you, but they've also fooled the Hawks.
That was Keeler.
Kaler on the QB key. Polden Kubitz has the stop for the Hawks, but not before the Mustangs pick up another first down.
And the perfect time to call that play, Mark. And again, as you said, another first down as they move the ball up to the 35 now, an 8-yard gain. And with under 5 minutes, each of those first downs becomes more critical to the Horizon cause. The short pass and motoring ahead, well, that was a 9-yard gain out of a 1-yard catch. It puts Wekiva in another short distance to get the first down. Willard
on the reception. A stop made by Holden Kubitz. It was a gain of 9 on the play.
Moves the ball to the 44, 2nd and 1. Bunch formation, 1-back set. Motion. That's Willard, and he gets the screen. He'll swing around that right side and gets the first down in 10, 15, 20. Couple of stop-and-go moves. Looked like he stopped and was ready to acquiesce to the Horizon, pushing him out of bounds, and Horizon didn't respond.
Naeem Willard has the short pass and a lot of yards after the reception.
Yak, yak, yak.
Down to the 40, the 35, and finally the 34 before he gets pushed out of bounds. 1st and 10 coming up for Wekiva.
Back to the ground on 1st down. And now you're really starting to feel Wekiva putting the finishing touches on this victory, the securing of that, as they gain 4 yards on that play. Ball down to the 30 now. And they continue to power ahead, matriculate down the field.
Michael Blackman on the carry. Holden Kubitz has the stop. And it's good for Mustang. 1st down.
6-yard gain.
This first down sponsored by Susan Reddick, your local real estate specialist.
And the ball now 1st and 10 at the Wekiva 24, as you heard Mark say. Mark Barchi, our public address announcer. 1-back set, Wekiva standard. Kyler does a good job of picking up the bad snap, but can't find the range. A little too much float on that ball, trying to catch the Horizon defense off guard.
For Naeem Willard falls incomplete, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10 for the Mustangs from their own 23, from the Hawks 23. So, Neil, 3 minutes, 17 seconds left in the ball game here. Wekiva has really a twofold objective. One would be 2 touchdowns gives you a safety insurance policy, and secondly would be don't leave Horizon enough time to answer.
Yeah, of course, you are in a position where you could run out the clock as well.
Yeah, Wekiva doesn't have to score here.
No, and of course I've been saying that throughout this drive. Of course, if you're going to pass, you better catch the ball because, of course, now the clock stops only 4 seconds.
The biggest thing for Wekiva right now is don't do anything dangerous. Don't do anything that can get you picked off. Don't fumble the ball.
The door.
Yeah, don't do anything tricky here that can cost you. Pass intended for Demetrius Ellison falls incomplete. 3rd and 10 coming up for Wekiva.
They are also right on the border of Nate Fritchley's field goal.
A field goal still makes it a 2-score game, so that would count for something here.
So, again, you don't necessarily even need to get the first down. I think they're going to talk about that. Of course, they're not going to talk directly if they're going for the field goal or not, but it's certainly in the back of Coach Gabriel's mind.
Illegal procedures called against the Mustangs. That's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot and a replay of 3rd down. Well, Neil, to your point, that's a critical penalty because
now
we're right on the
46.
fringes. Yeah, we're on the fringes of Fritchley's field goal range. So now Wekiva doesn't necessarily have to get a first down, but they do need to get something here.
Yeah, they need to at least get those 5 yards back if you're going to send in Fritchley. And they'll try to do it with the screen. A little shake and bake. That was Ellis. Two. That was actually Willard pulling in the reception.
The screen is complete to Naeem Willard. And that'll still be behind the original line of scrimmage, and we're now going to pause for a Horizon timeout. The Hawks will stop the clock with 2 minutes, 56 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter.
So the ball now at the Horizon.
We have the 27-yard line.
It's a 2-yard gain.
Yeah, it looks like about 4th and maybe a short 14.
Yeah, so more importantly, though, you're looking at a 44-yard field goal, which I think is just out of the range of Fritchley. I think you can go 40 or 41. And obviously, you're too close to the end zone to punt. And, yeah, they're going to go for the first down. The offense coming back on. So 28-21, 2:56 remaining. Horizon and Wekiva. Horizon with the lead, both looking for their first win of the season. They come in 0-2. And no, actually, Fritchley did come out. So we're going to see a 45-yard field goal attempt. And, of course, Mark, you know this as well as I do, covering Wekiva for many years. This was not possible just a year ago. And Horizon moved. I'm not sure if they were drawn or not, but we will not get a 45-yard attempt.
Flag on the play.
And, yes, it is against Horizon, so that does change the dynamic somewhat.
Offsides called against the Horizon defense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still 4th down. So, yeah, I mean, Fritz has got to feel better about this.
You're now looking at 39, which, as I said, I believe his limit as far as he can kick it, as far as I've seen him kick it, is 40, 41. He's now 39, so he's just inside the limit. .254 remaining. Ball down, kick up, and that's not going to get close.
I think Horizon might have got a piece of that.
So, yeah, that
field goal attempt is no good, and so the score remains 28-21 with 2 minutes 51 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The ball will be turned over on downs to the Hawks where it was snapped.
So, again, like to take a look at that replay. Because, again, I'm talking about Fritchley kicking 40-yarders, and that didn't even go 20.
Yeah, there was either a holding problem or a deflection. It's hard to tell from our angle, but in any case, that was clearly not a clean kick.
So Horizon, one last opportunity.
Yeah, at this point, it's just, hold the line. Wekiva's going to have to.
Ball at the 20-yard line.
Now, here's the good news. So far, Horizon's aptitude tonight has really been in, conventional ground ball up the middle.
Again, can't stress it enough, the wing tee.
Yeah, that's where their bread and butter has been. That's where their aptitude has been. The problem is that is not a great clock management strategy.
So coming into tonight's game, they threw 35 passes and ran the ball 64. That's roughly 2-1, but it's been almost 9-1 tonight as they swing that ball to the outside, and they'll pick up about 3 yards.
Gain of 3 on the opening play of the drive. 2nd and a short 7, maybe a long 6 coming up for the Hawks.
And, again, we don't have a statistical crew, so I can't give you the exact amount. But I can tell you, calling this game, that they have not thrown more than 5 passes. As Harris slams up ahead, trying to catch Wekiva off guard. And now this is where the disadvantage, it's a 2-yard gain. That will bring up 3rd and 5.
Harris on the carry. That'll put the ball up at the 34-yard line and make it 3rd and 2. Excuse me, the 28-yard line, 3rd and 2. We don't have field markers on the near side of the field.
So if you're Horizon, you need a big rush. You need to get at least a 30-yard rush right now. I know that seems like a lot, but there's only 148 remaining. You need to get that ball on the other side of Wekiva's. You need to get the ball on Wekiva's side of the field as soon as possible.
Caio Oliveira on the carry. That puts the ball out to the 32-yard line for a gain of 4, and it is enough for a Hawks first down. So to your point, Neil, first down moves the chains, gives them another 4 plays, but it also takes time off the clock because the clock only stops long enough to move the chains.
Yeah, and if you're Wekiva right now, of course,
flag on the play.
If you're Wekiva, you want to force a loss.
Dead ball, offsides, Mustangs defense. That's 5-yard penalty from the previous spot and a replay of first down. Now that is the very worst thing that Wekiva can do.
Not only because you're giving them yardage,
but you also stop the clock
with the 3rd-minute 38. And again, I said you need to get at least a 30-yard gain because the clock is ticking. What I believe is the 5th pass of the night. Again, they've only thrown a handful of passes.
Pass is complete to number 11, Jared Visser. That will take the ball up to the 38-yard line and bring up 2nd and 4 for the Hawks.
And now they
QB keep. Caio Oliveira on the carry, and the Hawks will burn their 2nd timeout. That was a loss of 1 on the play, or maybe half a yard. 3rd and 5 coming up for the Hawks when we return from the timeout with 1 minute, 1 second remaining in the ballgame.
So a hot, humid, muggy day at Mustang Arena, actually night, but even more important, it started off with rain, an hour and a half delay, started at about 8:30, actually ran 5 plays, kickoff at 7, and then we had to go an hour and a half. Wekiva scoring 28 straight points, and Horizon answering, cutting the lead to 28-21, and that brings us with 1 minute, 1 second remaining. Horizon's got to move that ball down the field, and that's Ko Oliveira taking the snap, and he'll get the first down.
Direct snap once again to Ko Oliveira, and that will put the ball at flag on the play.
So worst case scenario for Horizon.
That was signaled before I could look up. I believe that was a holding call against the Hawks offense, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot, or from the spot of the foul, and a replay of 3rd down. So that's going the wrong direction.
Yeah, worst possible situation for Horizon, ball now at their own 28. As you mentioned, Mark, on 3rd down. They got 2 more plays to work with, and that is incomplete even if he had caught it. Would have still been about 15 yards short. And
pass is incomplete, intended for Jared Visser, and that'll bring up 4th and about 14 for the Hawks.
So it comes down to one last play. And
yeah, at this point, there's no sense in punting it, so you're in 4-down territory, 50 seconds left on the clock, and, of course, with only 1 timeout left for Horizon, if they do not move the chains on this play, Wekiva will be able to simply run the clock out.
And Horizon in the worst possible situation of having to pass. They are not a passing team, and we got a whistle. So everybody back
on the play prior to the snap, offsides. Mustangs defense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, a replay of 4th down. So again, Wekiva's main job here is don't help them.
Yes, and that is 5 yards. They still got a long way to
go. Sure, 4th and 9
yards,
is still,
but you just made it 5 yards easier against a team that does not pass the ball. Again, they've thrown the ball maybe 5 times tonight. They're emptying the backfield. I believe that's the first time they've done that tonight. And a whistle. And
offsides again against the Mustangs defense. 5 more yards donated to the Hawks' cause, and that will now bring up 4th and 4. Well, 1 more time, and they'll give them the first down for free.
And no time coming off the clock. So it'll be 4th and 4 from the Horizon 38.
Timeout Mustangs.
And I think Coach Gabriel just called a timeout just because he had seen enough.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Come on, guys, get your head in the game. All right, well, here we go. 50 seconds to go here.
Last chance for Horizon. Last gas for Horizon. Of course, even if they do get the first down, they're going to still have to, they're most likely going to still be on their side of the field. So perhaps not quite yet time to tighten up the stomach. But
we invite you to join us on the road over the next 3 weeks. The Mustangs are not back here at Mustang Field for over a month. October 10th is the next time you can catch them at home. It'll be against Evans. That'll be senior night. In the meantime, they travel to Eustis, then Lee County, Georgia, and then Oviedo for the next 3 weeks.
But Wekiva, of course, could put the victory away if they prevent the first down here. Everybody up front on defense, over the middle top, and knocked down. That was George Phillips just getting a hand on it.
George Phillips breaks up the pass play, and that will turn the ball over on downs to the Mustangs.
And so now Wekiva has to take one more snap, and they will walk off the field a victor for the first time tonight, or first time this season.
Yeah, technically, Horizon could make them take 2 snaps if they're inclined to do so. But either way, Wekiva has 4 downs to spend, and Horizon can only stop one of them.
So take a quick look at the scoring. If you joined us late, it does not look good. Wekiva came out with another rough start. Just did not look like they were mentally ready to play, falling behind 14-0. Kale Oliveira scoring from 2 yards out, 6:21, and then 9 yards out, 11:52 of the second quarter. Both those were the first 2 possessions for Horizon. Wekiva having a 3-and-out on their possessions. Again, using the wing tee, they chew up yards in time, 3 yards at a time. Looks like 1960 or 1970. Then Wekiva got it rolling. It was Keeler to Ellison, a 2-play drive, 70 yards total, 11:29 of the second quarter. Pipkin squirting into the end zone, 27 yards, 7 minutes remaining. Blackman, what turned out to be the winning touchdown, made it 21-14. Wekiva's first lead, 1 yard, 1:16 before halftime, and then what turned out to be the winning touchdown, Keeler to Ellis, 44 yards, 5:57 in the third quarter. Again, Wekiva gets its first victory of the regular season under Gabriel, ups the record to 1-2, and Horizon drops to 0-3. Mark?
That takes us to the end of the ball game. The Mustangs hold on and manage to run out the clock. 28-21 is your final score here in Week 3 of Season 18 of Mustang football. We'd like to thank all of our Mustang and Hawks fans who came out tonight and braved the weather and the darkness to support your Mustang and Hawk athletes. Thanks also to those of you who tuned in online on YouTube or the NFHS network. For those of you here in the stadium, please drive carefully and arrive home safely. Those of you watching online, we hope that you will subscribe before you go. We're on the road the next 3 weeks. Mustangs travel to Eustis next week. They will be at Lee County, Georgia on September 20th, and then they are at Oviedo on September 27th. All those games are out of county, so we do not have any live streaming information for those, but they are back here at Mustang Field October 10th for senior night. Those festivities will start shortly after 6 o'clock. The game is at 7 o'clock against Evans, and we hope that you will join us either in person or online as we celebrate the class of 2025 and then have one of our classic rivalry matchups against the Evans Trojans. Until then, for Neil Fisher, this is Mark Barchi, the voice of the Mustangs, wishing you a good night and a great weekend. Good night from Mustang Field.